Gamer 1745 here, and we're going to be playing some Hearts of Iron 3 Black Ice. I hope you all come and hang out with me. As we play this. So we'll start an episode here in just a moment, but we'll be getting fairly quick into gameplay. If you just watch the live streams, you will be missing some episodes because I make some episodes recently, just offline as it were, not live. Just checking all of these elements here. Let's see when some of the trading kicks in. Is this a hospital? We have a hospital here, it looks like. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to make a quick little special episode here. There we go. Okay, special episode coming up. Hello, my friends at the... I don't like that. Dark. Hello, my friends on the Black Ice dev team. This is a request that I have. There are various events that give a heavy industry. And I can tell from the reaction that the coding is to randomly place it. And I know I've seen similar coding. Arno, it's here. Coding to place it in a province that has 2 or more levels of industry, regular buildings. I would love to see you change that to 4 or more, just so that they're not being, because I don't want them to be wasted. So I am building, you're going to build this COTS bus, and I know it's random, up to maximum industrial capacity, but it would be better that if it was, stuck somewhere, here, that there's already other industry would be just a little better. Minimum 4, like something like that. And then we can, of course, choose, which I'm going to do so now, to increase the industrial building here. So, yeah, quick little request I would like to see changed in the coding. I know it's not a terribly big thing or important thing, but yeah, it would be nice. Thanks so much. Thanks for all your hard work. Trust me, I do love most of what you do for Black Ice. Thanks guys. Okay, just making a special episode, or a special little video. Hello, Mr. Coco Man. Don't be sorry you haven't been here. Just come whenever you want. That's how I feel about it. Now I feel a little more of a duty to be here, so to entertain you guys. But hey, you guys go up when it's good. I'm just glad you're here when you want to be, when you can be, whichever that would be the case. There we go. Now we have a Geb army. So, yeah, good to have you here. Okay, we're going to be making a regular episode. Just coming in just a moment. I just wanted to do that. Get that quick one out. I think sometimes my requests are lost in amongst the rest of the videos and people aren't watching them. All right. Okay, let's get recording regular episodes. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41. And before we get into it, I want to thank Chief Sir Toy Jet and the Hoffmanator, especially the Hoffmanator, for your support over on Patreon. It is greatly appreciated, and I know I don't thank you guys enough. I really do appreciate it. Now, everyone else, look, if you guys just, like the videos, post a comment below. Those comments, engagement, liking, that really helps. And so many of you do, but would be more. And of course, if you're new here and haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. Now we're going to continue here. Playthrough with Germany. Now, I've gotten a few, and I'm sure some. That's Gucci. Good. Okay. I'm sure some of the comments. I try to read everything, try to respond to everything, but by the time I'm playing, sometimes I forget. Now, I was told, because my traditional way of doing it would be to max out all of these things for Germany internal. Now, I was told that by prioritizing one and then another one, with just 2 bars, and then the other one with just 1 bar, was the best for concentration. I do not know of a definitive answer, and then I was told the opposite just recently, and I'm not saying which one is right or wrong. I just don't know. So if someone has some definitive answers or done some testing. The big thing we are sort of looking at here is how we're at 7% now. We'll see what changes. This is just wacky. I'm not sure. I have never in my lifetime of playing this seen Germany go so bad. Now, a lot of it normally it suffers a bit from fractured government because you pick a few guys that are what they're calling fascist or paternal autocrats mixed in with your national socialists. So I sort of get that instead of having all one party. That really sort of helps. But why all these other parties here and the fascists are doing almost nothing, even though they have 3 seats in the government. Now, this could just literally be a random result that's going really sort of odd for me. The other thing I wondered is if, because there's an 11th minister here, that it's throwing everything out of whack. I don't know. That's coming up. And I've been told that from somebody's playthrough that I'm building too much in the way of coal and steel refinery. That very well could be. Very well could be. From what they're doing. But I don't know. I'm not saying the person's experience is wrong, but I don't know the poster's level of industrialization. Are they doing all of this? Because partially, and I do know that, yes, coming through here, these will be increasing the amount of what those produce, but obviously not until 1940, which was when we'll start researching the 41 technologies. So that's 2 years from now. So yeah, so let's continue. The clock. This would go away, I think, or go to 100% if we got rid of the very low popularity. Medium fuel tank research. This does right now. Okay, there. Feel like a research game, quite honestly. But whatever. At this point, lots of things to research. Airborne unit training. Let's do that. What? Tank radio communication. So our tanks will now have radios in them. How nice. Artillery, maybe. Yeah, let's go with artillery. Get that being researched. Okay, let's take a look and see who we might sell some supplies to. Okay, good. We are down by almost 7. Like a positive element. There we go. And the Soviet Union. Let's see if we can sell another bunch to you. There we go. Continuing to push down on. Yeah, I'm happy that we're getting these coal fields just with negative 27 right now. We don't have lots of extra energy. We have more industry coming online. But I think we might be able to get in early once we get this down below 2 or something. Okay, armor piercing capped. Okay, well, it's a 39 now. We'll let that continue. Keep researching, guys. Keep researching. Where SS Totem Cuff? The band inspectorate. Okay, now we're at positive. And now we can build more things. Okay, well, that's good. And I was recommended that we needed more aircraft. I don't know, maybe you'd put a hospital in a forest. Nice sort of restful place. Maybe that's more alongside the river. I don't know if those were just random pickings. If those hospitals are somehow tied to real places. Now, Linz is a major city. Maybe a rather picturesque city and not one of the big cities, but still not a small place. Where are we? Okay, just got all the reinforcements. Well, we're gonna need more production, I think, anyways. Okay, we've got a lot of our smaller subs, so let's do. These are going to take not quite a year, but a fairly long time to get through, so we'll get some of them in production. Keep that going. We also, I think, will need to build a fair number of divisions coming up fairly soon. Okay, how just okay, these are about ready to hit. I want to see what these do for that. And then if we need to, we'll start importing some energy. I don't know what keeps bouncing this up and down. Well, right, okay. More fighters, fighter bombers, right. So, artillery. Yeah, let's see. Running at 6.5. So yeah, right. Okay, so let's build as reserve. Remembering to do that this time for some reason. Commonly forget to do that. Okay, 2 more. I'm gonna do. I'm planning on doing 6 here. AA. Not so much, no. There may be some events that's going to give us some AAR now. So let that happen. Sort of used to playing TRE, which has a major event for AA, but I don't think I'm going to build any. Oh, in the divisions. Well, I just don't think it's worth it. I just don't think it's worth it, and that's a full division there. One of, again, the person. Sorry, I forget who. See, here's these expanding these factories that we're getting heavy industry. Oh, oh man! I requested a video. I made a video just before this one that you viewers later may or may not have seen, requesting that they make these places at minimum of 4, not 2. Industry, we give the money for rare materials. Okay. That their experience is lots of Soviet tank units need better piercing, which you have better piercing with anti-tank than AA. So I think we're going to stick with the idea of more anti-tank, and I just don't see War of the Worlds. I don't know where this affects us. I don't know where it affects US, or maybe it's just USA gets the event. Okay, maybe it's just USA gets the event. Let's see. Daily descent change +5. Oh, okay, it's just them. In this game, I don't think AA, or I don't think air does a whole lot to you. It's in a way less effective, I think, than at least my experience has been, than it is in Hearts of Iron 4. Kessel. Okay, we're going to let that continue. Just a 38 or 39 technology. And since we are limited number of brigades, I'm going to focus on the things that we need most. Yes. And engineers really do help in a lot of ways. So I'd rather have an engineering unit than a AA unit. I think we're going to put you under Guderian. Oh, paused. I didn't realize we were paused. Okay, so we are now down to 8, and we have no more full fields in production, but there was, this one is pretty damn huge. So let's stick one more coal field there. $25, $38, one more coal field there. We're going to be having these come online fairly soon. Now let's do one more coal field. Another big one here. 25, right, okay. Tactics advance. All right, we got our fighters improving. Airborne assault tactics, that would be a good one. Have our paratroopers work a little better. All right, Hungary, we'll take some rare materials. This back down. I don't know why that's pogoing up and down, up and down, up and down. And it needs reinforcements that much. Then it goes away. What can we have? Let's reduce this a bit. America. You would give them money for rare material. Okay. Soviet Union also wants money for rare materials. Okay. Let's see, can we sell? No. Well, the Dutch want some supplies. Oh, we may have to. Oh, we've got a bunch of. Oh, these are all going to be expensive, but let's do them. %5 of ICs, 5% of ICs, 5% of ICs, and 6.7% of ICs. Wow. Okay, see, that was going to be expensive, I could just tell. But we can do the first Vienna award as well. And we get Czechoslovakia. We're going to go the historical route. Create Slovakia. There we go. So now we have Slovakia, or Czechia, or Bohemia. Come on. There we go. Pause. Armor unit. Okay. We now have automotive industry, which helps armor build speed, but reduces the amount of metal we have, which has been a concern. I think we're getting a bunch because we just got we just got the reserves of Czechoslovakia, so that's jumped us up a lot. Here, all right, so that is that armor unit combined arms advance, though we need to deal with. Well, we need to at least check. Yeah, 1940. That's too far in the future to do that efficiently. Well, we can start on single engine fighter prototypes. And, well, we also got a lot more leadership. So we have a lot more research. Now, the Czechs did contribute a fair amount to research and development of German weaponry. Okay, I guess the rest we'll put somewhere else. that any of these are really ready to do yet. In a few months, we can start doing a lot of them, but there we go. Right, so we'll see how all of this soon works out for our pool and other needs. Okay, they're going to guarantee Poland. Why would we believe you? Dual purpose guns advance. That? Oh, no, those aren't ships. Something didn't seem right about that. Okay, we're going to let that continue. Let's save this here. Do we get to choose puppets industrial focus? They have industry here. Let's see a little bit of industry here. Well, that's not ours or theirs. That we need to have. So choose puppets industrial focus. Let's take a look at this. Okay. Puppet production focus. You can pick a production field for the puppet AI to focus on. Hover over an option to see which puppet is affected. Okay. So this is for Slovakia, which is their only puppet. Okay. We could do energy focus. This will get focus energy. We'll get vent. I don't know what all that metal. Now I guess this is building buildings. Metal rares focus on oil. Okay, well, I'm no, we need this over here, don't we? Okay, they'll have some rares, some metal. You know, I'm going to wait a little bit on this. And we can do this. Try to get that number or get the numbers to green to see what their full capabilities are. I don't know much about this. I did see it when I started my Japanese test playthrough the other day. Well, not playthrough, but just test starting. Okay, mobile unit training. Uh, 38. Yeah, we'll switch it to something else. Military police. So I don't know if we focus on something that they don't have. Okay, that looks like, well, these, okay, we're still bringing up more metal, getting the factories working right. Oh, mobile unit command and control, which we are currently planning on moving to something else. And armor unit training advance, which also new fighter bomber. France is mobilizing their armed forces. Well, nice of them, isn't it? At times, that has almost been seen as a declaration of war. Russia's currently, in my understanding, mobilizing their armed forces along the Ukrainian border. Wonder. What that could mean. And are we going to command and control? I wonder if Europeans are going to come to the conclusion. Damn, wish Trump was president. I know they hated his guts. Partially because they were told by the media how terrible he was, but partially he had a pro-American sentiment and anti climate change is going to kill us all. We have to spend trillions and trillions of dollars on it and make everybody stay at home inside. Oh, wait a minute, they're doing that to us anyways. I just found a better excuse. Okay, well, that's fully okay. 20. Now here we have a lot. Now I think this is mostly settled down. It jumped up heavily because of all of the stuff from there, and maybe yes, I didn't need quite so much. Let's have them focus on rare materials because, well, I have this one. Yeah, let's have them focus on rare materials. I don't know exactly what that does. I don't know. I didn't pay attention. Okay, that number didn't change. So I don't know what they're building. They're doing. All of those 5, 5, 5, 7 penalties. Well, we no longer need to be watching the Czech border, so let's attach the CHQ in Breslau. There we go. These guys come up to here. Move them up to there. I think these guys are going to go west. And their HQ as well. Some for the west, some for the east. Poland is mobilizing. Poland is mobilizing. They're going to sit there mobilized for a long time, aren't they? Long range submarines advance, very good. We're going to do submarine torpedo. Right now, if Hitler were to stop sort of here, wonder how the world would be different today. I really do wonder. What do you guys think? How would the world be different today if Hitler had stopped his aggression? Roughly here, he probably would have been able to swallow up just Danzig and Memel, but basically stop here. We get a combined arms advance. Would the world be better off or worse off? Still having the Nazis around. Not having the Second World War. Wonder. Anybody out there in chat have any ideas? You would still eventually try and grab the rest of, but later with deadlier tech. Very possibly, Arna. It has been said, and I generally agree with this, that World War II was the war over the Treaty of Versailles. So there still can be a World War II over the Treaty of Versailles, but started by somebody else. That could happen. Or it could be, like you say, Hitler just... But let's just say Hitler. If he had stopped being aggressive. I agree with you, Hitler was going to, push more. I'm not disagreeing with your principle or your idea that Hitler would have just eventually done something else. I think you're absolutely right at some point. But let's just say Hitler stops. And Hitler aged heavily, and obviously was also blown up that one time So he was very, very ill health in 45. Let's just say he made it to, I don't know, 1960. Dies in 1960. But up until 1960, no World War II. So would they have developed the atomic weapons at that point? Maybe Germany would have secretly got, well, probably a weapon program secretly anyway, but developed atomic weapons and then been the only ones with them. That could be a very, very bad thing. But they probably wouldn't have developed them nearly as fast as the US did, and without the war, I don't think Germany would have been pushing, unless they really thought the only thing that's holding them back from going to war is the lack of a super weapon, and push every resource towards it, which they might do so. But let's just say, even with Hitler alive, Hitler somehow, for some reason, and again I agree with Yarno, he would have, obviously he did, keep pushing and pushing until the world pushed back, as it were. I'm not disagreeing with that at all. Okay. German foreign minister Jakob von Ribbentrop visits Paris, where he is allegedly informed by the French foreign minister Georges Bonnet that France now recognizes all of Eastern Europe. Yeah, I have an event like this too. It's French-German agreement. Bonnet's allegedly statement. Bonnet decides to make his remark to Ribbentrop major factors. Okay, so we've improved our relations with France, or not. We're going to do some. For some reason, they're doing Chamberlain. And he is misquoted here and continues to be misquoted. He does not say peace in our time. He says peace for our time, meaning we're peace for now. We're not yet going to war, is what he's meaning. And the Skoda works, which we now get from Czechoslovakia, which had been basically the main works for the Austro-Hungarian Empire. Okay, well, since we've already been getting a lot of these, we're going to do some more of these. We're going to go for the and so I agree that it very, very well could be a situation in which, let's try our new trade agreement. Nope, not enough to sell them supplies. But if Hitler did, for some reason, decide on peace, now that doesn't, I'm not saying that his successors, whoever that might be, Himmler, Goebbels, Hess, but all those guys would be getting old too. Okay, we have so much money, we can let this go as a negative for a while. Germany might later decide to, in order placed, I guess we'll accept this with Switzerland. Okay. Be aggressive again, but and start a war later. That very well could be. But maybe Stalin starts the war over the Treaty of Versailles. So Hitler's Germany fight Stalin without the fighting France or Britain. Yeah, there's a lot of imponderables. You know, I'm having to think about what would the world be like. Let's say it largely stays at peace. You know, whether now, to now or 1980 or sometime, I don't know. We'd have the Nazis in power in Germany. What would have happened with the Soviet Union without the Second World War? Would they be stronger or weaker? Especially if it's this Soviet border, would there still be a Soviet Union today? Because they didn't spend all that energy fighting the Germans? Or would the Soviet people long ago looked around and saw how the rest of the world, including the Baltic states and Romania and whatnot, are doing so much better than they were, and revolt against communism? Does the Great Patriotic War cement communist rule in the Soviet Union longer? I do not know. Okay, cast ground crew training. Wrong panel. Artillery unit combined arms. Now that would have been the right panel. Yeah, I could see the world as a very dark place. Oh, wait, one. Okay, we don't need, you're just saying we need more, but what we really need is actually more leadership coming over to the officers. Let's lock that down. Raise that number up higher. Because what if Germany and the USA both develop nuclear weapons, test nuclear weapons, and then build huge numbers of them, and the Soviet Union gets their spies, which they did in the Manhattan Project, that allowed them to build their nuclear weapons, get their nuclear weapons, and we have a nuclear detente, sort of like we have today, but we have whatever Russia might be. Would it still be Soviet today, or would it be just Russia? Have a nuclear armed Germany that's Nazi? I mean, they've already, of course, eliminated all the Jews inside of Germany. That would be done. But if they're not pushing outside of Germany, but they have a nuclear detente, and Britain and France get some nuclear weapons, and they're just all like, hey, yeah, an engine ground crew training advance. I don't know. Does make one wonder. Now, of course, core to Hitler's ideology is he wants wars. So Arno is very right in saying he would have eventually pushed anyways. I don't have any doubt over that. Now, I don't know if the other Nazi leaders would have pushed. Oh, we still gotta come down a little bit more. If Hitler, one of the assassination attempts on Hitler got him, but left like Hess in charge. Because before, the war starts, Hess is clearly the successor to Hitler. If, of course, because it's often a bomb, if, of course, Hess is not killed in the assassination attempt. He was very popular with the German people. Air superiority tactics. Probably, I would say, the most popular of the upper ranks of the Nazi party with the people. Okay, we're still reducing. Yeah, we need more supplies being produced. I just want to keep at least a slight. I know we have a huge number, but a slight positive. So people offer us trades. Okay, well, we're gonna get these coal fields. We may have, obviously we don't need these coal fields as much. We're gonna complete them, but yeah, not quite sure where I'm seeing all that coal coming from to get to there. I don't know. Well, there's 77 there, so that's pretty good. Yeah. Hello, Luigi. How you doing there? I was just talking about what if Hitler did not start World War II. But on that note, we're going to stop, not the live stream, but we're going to stop the episode now. So I want to thank all of you watching so much. See you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, we're going to continue the live stream here. I'm just going to grab a Coke and be right back and make another episode. So just hang loose for the moment, please. I will be right back. You can look at the pretty picture. Almost back. Let's see what time. Hello there. Oh, I'm almost back. We're going to be continuing now. Somebody trying to spam us here, Arno, if you want to delete that. Either way. All right. Thank you, Arno. Do appreciate all your hard work. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41, and we are checking out to see how it is playing. But before we get into that, I want to give a special thanks to Sir Toyjet, Chief, and especially the Hoffmanator for their support over on Patreon. It is very much appreciated. I don't say thank you enough to those. And of course, just everybody, if you can, hit the like button, post a comment below. It really helps out the channel. I really do appreciate it. And of course, you can follow over on Twitch or subscribe on YouTube. We're going to continue this, and I want to say, yeah, no, we're not finishing the live stream. Luigi, hello. Jackal Park, how are you doing? And Sarkan, how you doing? How can I improve party organization and popularity? Thanks. Okay, that's a good question. He has here, and I don't have a good answer because we can see right now there's this internal factors. We are right now at 2%. This, and I don't know if, yes, spies, we'll get to that in a moment, Luigi. That does help. I've never seen this before, that it's gone anything like this. I have often seen fractured government with not everybody being, Nazis here. But that these other parties are getting such huge support. Normally it would be more fascist and paternal aristocrat. One thing, of course, will help is if you make sure all of these are brown for Nazis. I have a suspicion that them adding the 11th minister in here is throwing things off, but I don't know if I am just this is a sample size of one, unless a lot of you are also getting this super low. And I don't mean just because normally it's one thing to say, have, 26% or something popularity, which is fairly low. But to have this incredible low, like 2% popularity is just unheard of in my experience before. But if other people are getting it, I'd like to know. So yes, having all of the ministers be one party would help. The other is spies, and we are doing ruling party support. All of our spies are trying to do it. Beyond that, I do not know. I would say it's bugged, but again, sample size of one, just me playing this. I don't know what others are getting on that. So sample size of one is not enough for me to accuse, it's a Black Ice bug. And the only real thing is I can see is because we can scroll up and down. We have this Minister of Science that has been added, and if that somehow, but again, these are all either mostly Nazi, re-fascist, and one paternal autocrat. So why? I'm just realizing here as I'm saying this. The more support just about you have in government here, the less support you have here. So one paternal autocrat is here, though the fascists are slightly less. They're like at 1% if they're at 2%. Yeah, I don't know. It's almost like it's inverse. And there is this internal factors, but I don't know what's going on here. This is wacky. So I just don't know what to think about it. Okay, capital ship damage control advance. Now these damage control and fire control, it is my understanding, will automatically upgrade on without having to put the ships through an upgrade. Yeah, I don't know how much that's going to negative. I mean, it's giving us, low party popularity negative effects, but beyond that, mostly it's just the very low popularity is hurting us here. But we're still at 98%, but it's slowly going down. It had been up at 99%, so I think that would go away. Thank you, Arno. Reference 10 spies at home for supporting party I have. Having a huge problem until I use 10 spies, both France and England, using counter-espionage. Okay, that could be the... Now, that's another possibility. I hadn't even really thought about that. They've been playing around with the EULA codes. Generally speaking, shall we say, uh, improving things. So that could be what's also going on here. Okay, ground attack tactics. We can attack the ground because we hate the ground so much. Yeah. Okay. The other one is industrial efficiency advance. Let me stop that because that's too far forward in time. We're pushing, however you want to say it. Okay, let's improve our aircraft a bit. So what we can do here then is let's actually reduce this down and boost our spies. We're going to boost our spies and somehow trigger communist coup. I'll take my hat off to you. You're the most entertaining. Thank you. Until United Kingdom, isn't it? Yes, here we go. Okay. And counter-espionage. So we could do counter-espionage. There. And up in France. We will try that. And they may have tweaked the EULA codes to try to do much more intel warfare, if you will, political warfare. That could be a thing because I'm not, quite honestly, as you can tell, I normally don't have trouble, say, defeating France or defeating Poland. Sometimes I will try to put some spies into the Soviet Union to disrupt their national unity. Disrupt national unity for going after for that. And you can also do it to France to make them surrender faster. But I normally don't have that problem. Sometimes I will, like I say, with the Soviet Union do that. But I just normally haven't had that big of a thing. Cruiser fire control, computer advance. Okay. Yeah, we've reduced this down a lot, so we're just going to stop that for the moment. So that could be a thing. And maybe, of course, I've waited too long to really do this much, but Okay, well, now we've lost some, I think of our, but we've also expanded our industry. Some of our negative effects. Right. Well, we've also deployed a lot of panzer divisions and light divisions. Okay. Let's go with one more big heavy transport. No, not three of them. One more. Big heavy transport. And let's go with 2 twin engine fighter squadrons. Get that up there. Coming up on the first of the year. Okay, direct fire unit combined arms have advanced, which I think means we're just going to stop that for now because we're going to try to reduce down to our need. Damage forts at the Sudeten line of defense. No need. Okay, yeah, that's where I probably pick it but yeah, okay. Spain would like to. They like our destroyers, so okay, we can have a destroyer. Plans, model, whatever. Yugoslavia. A lot of these nations like German destroyers, so they keep wanting to get ours. Okay, cast pilot training advance. Another just stop that. Yeah, it may have already dropped too much. We're still at 2%. Okay, close air support has advanced. Well, that's the Spirit Doctrine one. That's right. Okay, so that's grayed out. Well, yeah, we can do this ground attack focus. Tactical air support. That one, okay. We'll do air liaison. Now we're coming up to the first of the year. Interception tactics, which I think is over here. Yes. All right. Now we're actually in 1939, which means I'm going to see about doing some 1940 technology. Just looking at which ones I want to do first. Mechanical computing, electronic computing. Well, let's get mechanical computing going first. Okay. We want to annual national espionage focus. Now, I normally just do economic spying because normally the politics isn't a big enough thing, but we could do this. Political intel ruling party support is what we're going to do, I'm pretty sure, but we can just look at extra spies. That's nice. Spy catching. Well, if they were doing a lot, if and I say if because I'm not saying anybody's wrong that we're getting spy or they're disrupting our national unity or so. supporting their parties in our country. They very well may be. If I knew for sure, this might be the way to go. But I think political spying with just political intel plus and ruling party support would be nice. So we're going to go with that as being important. Let's go with the next. We'll do our annual national focus. Rice resources might have been a thing to do earlier, but we're doing pretty well now, especially with Czechoslovakia in our pocket. I think we're just going to continue right now with this, and we're going to go with that. Then we're going economic boost long term. And we're going to take a quick look here. Not this far down. Up, 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 up. Okay. Here we are. Okay. We can do normally, because I normally play with TRE installed. TRE gives Germany national highways, which I think is appropriate. And then the third one we would get would be the agricultural industry. That would be the third one. But we are doing fairly well in manpower. We don't have that. So we're going to go with national highways. Okay, the other thing I want to look at here is broadcasting. We're going to start this as well, and we're going to move particularly that to the top. There we go. So we can't look at computing too. Get broadcasting, that could help. Thanks, Luigi. Yeah, I mean, I'm very willing to listen to people's arguments, and I'm quite honestly astonished. I guess I just gone with the flow on most historical stuff for TRE that so few people have argued with my choices, and not because I don't think I'm so brilliant. It's just or anything like that, but they've just sort of accepted a lot of the stuff. Okay, national highways. Okay, yes. Supply factories have improved. Good. End of the Sino. Okay, so we are no longer going to get resources from China. Check guns from the Sudeten forts. Yes. We don't really need metal or rare materials. I mean, yeah, we just don't. So we'll check artillery. We're going to let these guys fly and not get the descent. Okay, yeah, 1%, 1.4%, that's not that bad to get that heavy artillery piece. Anyone else having similar German advanced firing post 1941 feels like a conflict between? Well, I don't know what version you're playing of Black Ice. There is the beta version of Black Ice for 10.33. And you can watch my previous series that what a instability mess and how I didn't get very far in playing it. If you're playing any TRE with 10.40 or later, it should be fucked up. It's just now okay. I don't really touch things like the Pullet-Side division um, with TRE. Um, I have a bunch of Schutzmannschaft units once you get areas in the Eastern Front, the sort of policing units that are in TRE. There is things like the Ritter SA, or no, the Ritter SS showing up. There are some and some SSHQ that show up fairly early that are not the Waffen SS, they're just the regular Allgemeine SS. So I'm really not looking at doing anything with the Pullet-Side division that I can think of. Let's do the horse vessel thing now that we got that. So yeah, stay away from current TRE because it'll do things like load a really bad starting order of battle for Germany right now. Way back when it was a good one, but not anymore. Okay. Albania is now part of Italy. They're buying zinc, and we have lost 15% metal and 20% rare materials, so we've gotten more supplies. Money back at that. That will be an interesting. Okay, yes, we want the Pioneer Battalion. Is it in Berlin or somewhere else? Oh, yeah, up here. Okay. Yeah, I haven't done it yet. I will say I have started, and maybe if you've noticed a few of our back and forth, I have started converting TRE to work for the new version. The one thing that I'm going to get some help from Exergen on, and we're going to figure out, and we're having to do it, adding back in the 8, being able to do 8 brigades instead of 7. So that is what sort of we're working on. But and actually some of the Black Ice people, I don't know if actually is the right term, but do know that they've been sort of helpful on some of the stuff, including there are some ship events. They given me some, talked me through and given me some code examples. Now I haven't actually gone in and actually done it yet, but to do their new system for the upcoming, whenever that is, 10.42, and they're smart not to give you a date. I'm pleased at that, but that will sort of put one version of the ship through this thing, I think is how it works. And then once it's deployed, I think it removes it and puts it in the proper kind of thing. There are, it's either like 4 or 5 ships for Germany if you include the Graf Zeppelin. I think it goes to 5. So the Blücher heavy cruiser and some other historical ships are added. So I'll be doing some of that. But I really haven't dug into that, what they're doing. So they're being helpful. They've also pointed out what file, and I saved the information. I haven't gone in, and I'm going to go in and add all of. I don't know if I'll look at the additional ministers that I was given for TRE. That if they're already appropriately done into Black Ice, I won't be re-adding them. I'll just let it be the Black Ice version, but go in and do the tailor-made things. Basically, I will compare and contrast just to see if they've skewed things out, but go to the ones that I've done for all of the ministers, because you get like a Goering for armaments minister, which is different than the Goering for Chief of Air Force, different set of stats. You'll have all that. But what I'm also going to do is they've given me the file that, that examines our factories, or whatever you want to call it here, that adds more of these various factory setups here that you're getting these effects for here. That to the basically what I'm going to do is more or less and see, well, what do they think Shaq is supposed to do it, and just add that there, but with my other sets of stats for the various army and political leaders. So I will be doing that because I do think Hitler, and I would also have, and I'll go in and look at it. Like I say, Hess was very popular. We really don't see that reflected much these days. He would come out and speak before Hitler. He was sort of the warm-up act before Hitler's speech, and they would, this is sort of simplifying it, but they would try to get everybody into the hall, the theater, the venue, get them there, have them waiting, have them anticipating, maybe have some other speakers before, but then have Rudolf Hess come out, speak to the crowd, sort of get them worked up, and then have Hitler come out as sort of the headlining final act, and really work the crowds up. And Rudolf Hess this would also obviously be broadcast out on the radios often, the speeches, the nation was hearing it. So the nation really had a lot of good feelings towards Hess. He was within the Nazi Party hierarchy. He was not controversial. He was for the Nazis' sort of mainstream views publicly. Privately, he had a lot of his weird stuff going on, but publicly, that didn't really show up. So he was more than silent workhorse, much more so. Silent workhorse typifies, which we don't have here yet. I'm blanking on his name. You guys know I do this. Martin Bormann. See, I know all this. Just when I start to think of something, for some reason it slips. Martin Bormann. He is the silent workhorse type, which would not be. He was not a public figure. I don't know if Bormann ever went out and spoke in a mass meeting. I'm not saying he didn't, but yeah, he's not. You're very true. He's not some random. But even a demagogue should have a lot of political party support because, they drum it up. So yeah, appears to be TRE with 4. Yeah, whatever. I forget the versions numbers, but they should be. It should state on the thing or when they're released which version. Now the version that's at the top at the first page download, that's for 911. You have to dig into the last 5 or 6 pages of threads to find the beta version, because I just never released it as this is perfect, or not perfect, but this is recommended now. Never got to that stage for me that I'm calling it recommended. Marine HQ's advance, which we're just going to stop. Political fusion government. Leadership modifiers. Okay, well, we're still trying to reduce that down. Now let's look at, okay, well, now I don't know. See now, here. I'm still not sure. Oh, come on. You stop moving around. Political factors. We now have dissent from ministers is still the negative 1.7, and I haven't touched or changed ministers. So internal factors is now being pushed up. We have political spying added. We have 2%. I don't know. Again, I don't know what some of this stuff is going on. Now, it could be It could be that we've done the counter-espionage for Britain and France. Oh, we need more. We need more spies. Okay, so we need more spies. Yeah, I did find some problems with the thing, but I don't know what two similar Pullet-Sci divisions that. I don't know. I don't know. But in my last playthrough, I don't think I got to the point of having the Pullet-Sci divisions in 39. Don't remember exactly, but it's just a god-awful mess. 1033 is just a god-awful mess. And I know I'm taking slower because I'm playing it in front of you. I know, but parachute, and what is okay. Then if I just were to play it on my own, but oh well. Yeah, we'll do a tank factory. Yes. But I really do need to play this without GRE to really just look to see changes, to see, whether it's the political, setups here, whatever it may be, how things are working, before I go in and really do a modding to get GRE working right. And then, of course, and I'll be very willing to release, once I'm sort of think I'm ready, release, sort of like I did before, a beta version of GRE that you guys, use at your own risk. That's that's sort of why we're calling it beta. And put that out there, and then I will make a playthrough with it. And then if all that goes well, then we'll call it yay, and release it as sort of the main release. But basically all of my versions of TRE are still downloadable. You just have to look through the thread, because sometimes people, I want to play with some really old version. Well, great, just figure it out, go through the thread. I don't remember what versions are for what versions of Black Ice. Okay, installation security. That we're going to stop because we're overdoing it. And okay, 1.4. Another big heavy. I do intend to put out a good product, as it were. Hello. Your show must have fighter techs and doctrines and planes. Okay, well, that's a fairly big thing, the way they've complicated it up, but I can quickly go through it. Obviously, you need to have these for, single engine frame fuel tank and armament, and you need the aero engines, and then with that unlocks the ability to research this. So you need these and this to get that. Okay, so you need that. Then you will want to look around for things like machine gun focus, wing guns, aircraft evaluation, and similar things, air systems, fuselage. Here you will want to get some of these things like drop tanks when you can. Efficiently get them. Controlled pitch radar will really help. Supercharger will really help. Billick bubble, once you can do that efficiently, will be good. So you want a lot of that kind of stuff. Avionics, there's not really much here. But you'll just want the proper machine guns. and that should do you for most of the things. And for doctrines, you'll really want to do fighter pilot training and ground crew, and then air superiority and interception efficiency. Those and ground and there's a lot here. If you're going to have radars around, this gives you bonuses from radars. So if you're building a bunch of radars over Germany, or around here, and then you're using your fighters to fight off bombers and enemy fighters, that will really help. Or if you're building radars along the coast, that will really help. But if you're not building a lot of radars and you're looking over the Soviet Union out here, that won't help. So it's sort of a big interlacing of things. And hello IKB, how you doing? I guess that's sort of the quick and dirty explanation of all of that. Mentioning radars here. Okay, we're getting barbed wire. Nice. Barbed wire might have been a good growth business in the Nazi Germany. Let's do a radar station here. Let's do a radar station here. And let's do a radar station back here in Berlin. Yeah, well, they're sort of expensive. Let's get them sort of in production. That will help. Someone mentioning that. We are getting to the times that it may be. You don't need radar stations in 1938, so there's no point in building them too early, but you do want a few around. Well, I've looked at it for just a moment, the rail cam, that one of the ones you posted, and it was sort of nighttime in Britain, so it wasn't much going on. But yeah. Oh. CAG. Oh, okay. Now CAG. Okay, this is good that you brought that up. Carrier air groups. There's a problem with Hearts of Iron 4 is once you basically kill off the carrier air group, the AI will not build, and even if they have them, generally speaking, will not send replacement carriers or replacement aircraft to carriers. So what they've done is and so the only way to there's some gimmicky ways that they've tried to fix it, either by if you have no carriers or no aircraft on these carriers, remove these carriers from the game and put back the carriers with carrier air groups. They've, I think, tried that at one point, or whatever, and so they won't replace them. So what they've done is made carrier air groups super powerful. So they've overcompensated with the CAG. And so, yeah, but CAGs are also a lot more expensive, at least they should be to build, than regular aircraft. So you can't just spam huge numbers of them out there cheaply. I guess you can do that, but it won't be cheap. So yeah, carrier air groups, the CAGs, are meant to be better than fighters and interceptors because they're also meant to be a lot fewer of them. So yeah, that is a design thing with Black Ice. But maybe they'll get the EULA figured out now and get them to replace. That would be the best solution. Okay, more big guns, no. We have some big guns coming or have been produced, but okay. Yeah, we'll get some of the radar. Okay, well, that's looking good. Yeah, we've overcompensated on some of those, but we need to learn. I'm watching your playthrough and make a list of what to build so I don't trigger the economic. Okay, yeah, they've reduced or they've increased the number of ICs you can have for this version versus the earlier version. But you can look in the code, and I forget what it is per year. You can look and see the max you can build out. I don't know if you consider it worth the effort, but I modded the Chinese theater in Black Ice and ended up recreating this stalemate with all my tests, AI versus AI. I might need to script operations in the Pacific, though. Okay, yeah, Luigi, that's the problem. The intention of the Black Ice developers, and I agree with them on this, and trust me, I have significant disagreements with Black Ice developers, but I like a lot of what they're doing. I love some of it. I like a lot of it. Japan has a problem. The Japanese AI. If there is too much to fight here, it will focus on building ground units and ground warfare to fight a ground war in China. And even if you script in an attack in the rest of the Pacific, which they do have some stuff scripted in, Luigi. I don't right off remember all of what's going on. I remember seeing just recently that one of their failed invasion scripts leaves if the invasion fails and the unit goes, there's like a unit that gets stuck out here, just floating in the ocean. But is that the AI will want to fight the ground war and build for the ground war. So even if you script everything else, it'll leave them way too weak to deal with the US. So the intention is that by the start of the Pacific War, which is historically the reason for the Pacific War is because of the failure to win in China. Absolutely. But they script it to be able to, the design is to win in China, so that then they can leave an occupation force there, and then they would have enough forces, both ground and naval and air, but ground forces to occupy places, to go for the Pacific War. Now, what they try to do is make it tougher for the human player playing Japan. See, they're trying to make it so that the AI versus AI, Japan wins, to free up Japan to fight and give America a real challenge. But if you're the human AI, they don't want you to do that. They want you to have to struggle in China, and then the human player makes good decisions. So even if you script things in the Pacific, what will happen is the AI will decide, yeah, we don't need to garrison this island. We need more troops over here. So they'll just simply take and that's why they have the garrison. And I don't know, do they still infantry unit? No, maybe it was no. They had garrison deployment capacity here. What they've done here is, especially the tropical island garrisons, but all these garrisons, they give too much weight, so they cannot move them off of islands. The AI, and so this is the AI cannot research this, but the human player can. And so when they drop garrisons, scripted garrisons around, they will cannot be moved. But if you even script them to like add additional non-garrison forces, the AI will just pick them up and move them somewhere else, because it'll go, oh, we really need them fighting China, and because we're not being attacked wherever it is currently. And then the Americans or the British or whoever will just come along and smash them. So, yeah, I hear what you're trying to do. the AI just really isn't capable of doing a two-front war, with one front being a ground war and the other front being a, naval war. It just really isn't going to work out, Luigi. Not not anything I think you can fix. I may be wrong. I hope you're wrong, because hey, if you can get it going right, that'd be wonderful. Okay, you said no to railway. Yeah, I know. I've already bought some, but they're getting expensive. One to ban gamer or beat him. Yeah, I know you can ban a lot of people, but I don't think I'm the one person you can't ban. We've already got a bunch of railway guns. Are they here in Berlin? Yeah, some of them are. Yeah, we've got some. You have heard that they're going to be bringing railway guns, like very likely to Hearts of Iron 4. So yeah, kind of depressing. I know. Quite honestly, spend your time doing other improvements. I would, Luigi. Okay. Supply organization, supply of transportation advance, which are here, and we're going to stop them. We're trying to get rid of the red. I just like more or less to think all the stuff that I have selected to be researched is actually being researched. So we're just going to stop those. Basic torpedoes. That's another one we're going to go with. Maybe it's grayed out. Yeah, basic torpedoes. Don't know how submarine torpedoes and basic torpedoes, because basic torpedoes can be torpedoes on destroyers and torpedoes, on motor torpedo boats, are any different. I don't think they are. I think that's Black Ice becoming a little more, hey, we could do more detail. Well, why? Well, because we can. Is it bad? Is it wrong? No, but does it make anything better? Fire control, we're going to stop that. And immersion's important, but I don't know how they differed. A lot of the torpedoes, I don't know if most or all, but a lot of the torpedoes that the motor torpedo boats the Americans had were leftover World War I torpedoes, so they were sort of out of date and didn't work so well. But maybe slightly better than the World War II torpedoes that the Americans started with that worked even worse. So yeah, and like the long lance torpedoes that the Japanese use from the destroyers, I don't think are the same models that are used for submarines, but I don't think that's a technical change. I just think that's a sort of fuel capacity change. That's artillery. Here, small caliber, so we're going to stop that. Okay, we're getting that almost down, and we can move all of that back to production. Now let's take a look at our political situation. Okay, well, we're still hovering at 7%. And we're not growing beyond that at the moment, but that's better than we were. Now, if we were to look at it, see, he would just hurt our ruling party support getting iron-fisted brute. I don't get that description from anything I've read a biography on Ribbentrop, got it over on my shelf over there. That he'd be an iron-fisted brute. He was a very clumsy diplomat. That's true. A very sort of brute of a diplomat, meaning he wasn't. Von Roth was very diplomatic, in the idea of not necessarily, I don't know, as a great compromiser, but very sort of, dealing with other nations. He was persuasive with, finesse more so than Ribbentrop, who was a Nazi ideologue. Yeah, so I would definitely see, susceptibility to the Axis and things like that being stronger with Narath than Ribbentrop. So getting, better trade relations and things like that would be good. Okay, well, okay, so now we're into all green and we have a bit of extra here. Several things extra. Well, yeah, several. And we are continuing to not have enough spies. So what we'll do is move more into spying. Lock that down. And oh, we could have a little bit more. Okay, that's fine. Okay, we can do the 1940s. So, well, we might want to do monumental architecture because we're going to try to get news and politics again. Now TRE gives you level 1 of small entertainment shows, small heroic tales, and small news and politics, because it's my assessment, and you can see the huge and it's still, the building's still there, the huge radio studio in Berlin, and they had a centralized program of radio development prior to 1936 active in Germany. I also give 2 of the 3, I think, one place. I think it's entertainment shows and news and politics for Britain for the BBC. Those are the 2 that I know that are widespread radio usage that are centralized control. I don't really think I don't know enough about France and its radios. They had lots of radios and whatever. I know in the US there was a huge numbers of radio stations, but until really the war is going, maybe the NRA, and it's not the National Rifle, it's the National Recovery Act, maybe starting there in the mid 30s, but really more in the war do you start getting centralized propaganda type things coming out in the USA, where it's so it's all over the place and not a coherent message. So, and the Soviets, I just don't think there's enough radios in the Soviet Union to give its effect, or in Japan. And I don't know enough about Italy, but I don't think so. So you normally would have starting there. So, and then you build on that. So it's another special bonus for Germany, but I think a historically based one, in my opinion. But we could go to news and politics. Normally, I like to go through at least the first couple here just to get more money and use less consumer goods. But I think if we were to do this, we get more ruling party support. See, that really helps, because if Germany, you start with one of these at 6%, you would have already had at least one here, up to 12% for ruling party support. Yes, thanks, Arno, you can give the thumbs up on the YouTube stream. It does help. But what I was really coming to look here is we could do, which is normally not needed enough to do Palace of the Party here for 20% ruling party support. See, Palace of Justice reduces that down but gives you money. I don't know. I don't quite know why it would either give you money or why it would reduce ruling party support. People getting justice. I don't know if I would say justice would improve national unity, maybe. Because people feel that they get justice from the government might not help them support or be for or against a particular party. And yeah, I'm looking maybe in the U.S. context there. But if you thought the courts gave you good justice, now maybe they see this as a predatory thing, somehow just to, get fines from people to generate resources, money for that is sort of an oppressive. But I see Palace of Justice as sort of like the U.S. Supreme Court. It wouldn't necessarily benefit you monetarily as the government, and would be like, hey, yeah, we're all getting a fair deal from the court system kind of thing. At least the impression of it to the people, and so that would maybe help national unity. I would say that's just my take on this. I know this is sort of old and well before at least most of the people that are working on Black Ice now. Yeah, counter imperial foreign ministry, that ruling party support, I could see that. Imperial finance ministry, yeah, that of course would be money. War ministry, that's normally the one I would be taking now to help organization up. But with what we're happening politically here now, yeah, this is good for occupation duties. Yeah, this is not. Now, daily descent, yeah, that's good. That's been added from, I think, the original one. Originally, it was just money, I think, but you never got enough money back from what it proved. But so what? Just going from this, we want to get the Palace of the Party to deal with what our current problem is. So we're going to come over here and do monumental architecture to push that forward to get that done. I don't mind all the effort to maintaining party popularity, but Nazi Party was 7%. Yeah. It's just again, I don't know the reasons for this. It could be they've played with the EULA so that they made, like Britain and France, to be more aggressive to support their parties, which might be explaining why we're seeing social democrat and social conservative from Britain and France or something as being very popular. Maybe the Soviet Union's also throwing in theirs. I too don't mind the idea that we need to work for it, but it's a lot easier with TRE, I know, because you have the Volkskamper, the People's Radio out that Germany did, and there's a lot of historic stuff that really, by 36 and then after, really cements the party popularity for the Nazis. I think it was I forget, it was either in 1933 or 1934. They hold a huge, and so that would be May Day. So that's in May, and they come to power in the beginning of 33. So it was either in 33 or 34, I think. They hold a huge national May Day celebration. The DAF does, the Deutsches Arbeitersfront, the German Workers' Front, which is basically the Nazi workers unions, along with the socialist workers unions, on May the 4th. And then I think the next day was a Saturday, but I'm not sure on that year. But the next day, on May the 5th, they raid every single socialist union's headquarters to seize all of their files, including all their membership lists, and arrest basically all the leadership elements. The next day, after having this big, huge joint celebration the day before, the next day they go in and raid and arrest all of the leaders of the socialist unions in Germany. And that does cause, a little bit of upset. But by the time you're looking around, 37, 38, most factory workers, at least as my understanding of it, are relatively happy with the situation because they're getting good pay. They're having relatively good working standards. The environment in the factories are reasonably safe because hell, a big steel furnaces. You've seen the film of pouring huge molten vats of steel and steel rollers. Those are dangerous places. Like I remember, I think it was in a documentary or something I saw years ago now, in talking about some of the U.S. steel mills. You can't work in a steel mill and have coins in your pockets because those coins will heat up in your pockets and burn you enough just because it's that hot. So they have to, come to work and make sure all their loose change and whatever gets put into some sort of locker or something, basket or whatever it was. And so, because you couldn't just have it because it's just too hot. So yeah, those are dangerous environments, but they're getting, relative worker safety going on, improving relatively workers' housings under the Nazis. So most of the people that had been, now if you're still a diehard communist, either you have been locked up or suppressed in some way, so you've just shut up. But if you're just sort of a middle of the road socialist type worker, not one of the leadership elements, you're sort of now happy with a national socialist in Germany going on. So there's a lot of support going for the Nazis. It's not diehard maybe, but it's a lot of it. Hello, Eric. How you doing? Okay, cruiser damage control has advanced. So we're going to come over here and we're going to stop it because it's less priority than some of the other stuff we're going to be doing. And United Kingdom have launched our Royal, and we are getting more tank factories, more automotive factories, and more medium aircraft factories. Very nice. Yes, Eric is the master designer of Things 3D. He does really good work there. Okay. So we're going to get monumental architecture when we can. Advanced education, which will be more leadership, or do we want to do? No, I think more more research efficiency. No, we'll do more leadership first. So let's increase our education levels. So we'll continue. I just sort of know that when I have a surplus of spies, I have a surplus of spies, so we've maxed out our abilities of what we've assigned spies to do. Good. Okay, this is one of the reorganization, the Luftwaffe events. So they're removing a bunch of the brigades and then adding a bunch more. So we'll let the calendar go through for a day. And then what we want to do here is come down here and attach you to the HQ. Here. And then over here. Now from there, what we need to do is, we do it so efficiently here, find the local, where are you? There we go, I guess. We want some intermediate ones. HQs. Fliegger Corps in Berlin? Yeah, we could do that, I guess. Fighter Fliegger Corps needs to now be attached back to a... Would you have a Berlin? Yeah, there we go. Another flak regiment. Yeah, let's... Well, we have a few of those, but... Yeah, I guess we'll do it to the fighter one. Hello, Joseph. Well, we're trying to figure things out here. Seeing how things are developing. Steel Dutch blueprints, nah. We're doing good. We gotta focus our spies on trying to deal with our political situation, Arno. Okay, now we're up to 11%, and internal factors are growing, but internal autocrats, which only have one slot in the government, are doing much better than us for some reason. Okay, so we have done that. Now we're going to do hit here, and hit here. All right, okay, so now we're back on track of all of this stuff to continue building. We're still building out huge amounts of factories, which is a bit more than I normally want to do this late in the game. Some of these are very much because we have those small industrial centers. Okay, which means I'm probably behind on some of my building. Let's see. We can do 2 light bombers, 2 close air supports. And do 2 destroy. Okay, we'll do 2 motor torpedo boats, 2 torpedo boats, which are sort of frigate class vessels, and 2 destroyers. That way they'll help the practicals and get them sort of in production better. And then I think we're going to do 2 medium bombers. Squadrons, really, but not just 2 individual bombers, 2 squadrons. Maybe you can steal the snorkel. Yeah, or superior Dutch Fokker G1. I don't know that the G1 is superior. I just don't know. Yeah, I know Arno, but we're not going to bother with that most. Right now we got other things to try to deal with. For spies, okay, tank destroyers advance. And we'll stop that because we have more important. Gotta prioritize. Got to prioritize. By looking at the organization. Okay, that's interesting because, like, as you can tell. Okay, distance from organization. Right. I'm not, well, I don't know what, quite honestly, if there's anything more than we could see here other than internal factors, if it would show You're seeing what I'm seeing. No, organization. Oh, up here. Okay. Okay. Okay, spies. Yeah, this is being supported by spies. I guess. 280, 539, 1500. Okay, so these are okay. So this is. Thank you. I did not know about this. I played thousands and thousands of hours, but quite honestly, I've sort of ignored a lot of this. So our troubles apparently, organization levels, because that's hardly any spies. That's 20 or whatever. So it would seem some paternal autocrat government is pumping up their own spies in our government. It seems like we're being targeted by just about everybody. Info. News threat of neutrality, the threat to us. But I wonder if they're like promoting up things. So I think it's a lot of different governments that are promoting up their ideologies in Germany. I think they've, I don't know if broken something is the right term, but they've flipped a switch, and now various countries are all dumping their spies into Germany. Okay, even more production. Not that that's bad, just means I have to make choices now. Well, I don't know. We have radar being built out here. Radar down here in Berlin. Let's put one here. And you know how much I love them, so we're going to go with more flying boats and more naval bombers. Yeah. Intelligence. Okay, maybe Argentina. Ruling party support. Maybe Italy would be promoting the fascists. Japan, maybe Japan's pushing the paternal aristocrats on us. We've got a lot of spies trying to do tech espionage. That's why we know a lot about that. Ministers, yeah. But Hungary, ministers. Yeah, they may be the ones that are pushing us that way. You have the 1st Cavalry Division active now. We have this here. the 1st Cavalry Brigade active right now. There should be an event to make it more into a division coming up. So I think that's what's going on. So many countries have been pushing their party ideologies onto Germany. Don't know how I feel about that. Airborne unit training. Single engine fighter prototype is advanced. Very nice. If it's something that I know about and can counter, I'm not going to go, oh, this is terrible, 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 and scream and yell about it. If I know about it and know how to counter it, which if we figure this out, that's okay. It just means something that you need to do. But I would rather have the AI be smart, active opponent than just a stupid, dumb one sitting over in the corner and not doing anything. But I don't know if what they're doing is smart. I just don't know. Let's get some of these going first. Let's do agriculture first. Because yes, if I don't counter it and they can collapse my government, that would be a bad, bad thing. But if they would have done better disrupting national unity, or I don't know, securing their own stuff, machine gun cannon combo, armament, okay, too far in advance, and anyways we want to move this up over to here. Let's get this going. Is it better to send spies into me, or is it better to improve your tech? Let's do 2 more twin engine fighters. Get a lot of aircraft in production. Okay, well, we're going to end the episode here, but not the live stream, but the episode. So I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. If you haven't already, please subscribe to the channel. See you around next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, we're going to continue here. Let me just make a save, just in case things go funny, and then we'll continue. Okay. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer1745 here with my continuing playthrough of Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice 10.41, as we're taking a look at it to see what we're going to need to mod to make TRE work well with it. But before we get into that, I want to especially thank Sir Toyjet, Chief, and very much the Hoffmanator for your support over on Patreon. It is greatly appreciated. But everybody can really help support me by just simply hitting that like button, subscribing, and making a comment below is all very helpful. Very much so. Once you contain, and we're going to continue here, but I'm reading the chat. Once you contain foreign spies, popularity of other parties should fall drastically. It happens in my game. I can't imagine foreign intelligence services collapsing the Nazi government. Yeah, you demand war. It's kind of silly. Yeah, and so I don't. let's put to at least level 2 counter espionage, and that may have been putting all my support into ruling party. Support may have been as much of a problem as anything else. So we'll do that. We'll watch up here. Hello, Krish 007. How you doing? You might think so. I like this. I guess I'm just an old person that likes counters and think all these cool counters are great. But if you like it, that's very good for you. Okay, gun position for engine airplane. And that'll do gun ability. Okay, reinforce the 7th Flieger Division. Okay, let's see what this is going to do here. We have the 7th Flieger Division here. Here we go. Currently, a headquarters and 2 paratrooper regiments. So, yeah, that's fairly weak for a division. And it is going to remove that and give us another for a 1.4% penalty. And now we have this without student in charge. I guess we can put student in charge. Okay, yes, we want to be search via name. Let's scroll down to there we go. Okay, now we have motorcycles, which I don't know if those are airdroppable. Okay, tank crew training up. That is here, and we're going to stop that. I have learned from playing this game I am an infrastructure type. First, various industrial, okay. Yeah, research efficiency, yep, we'll get that going. Road to 56 is not a bad mod. I've played it, will likely play it again sometime. Tank crew training, yes, okay. Medium artillery brigades have advanced. And that's grayed out, fine, good. Mass events. So you have, I find this map nice. A lot of players like this one to see the political layouts. Anti-air ammunition. That I think is here. Giant infrastructure project. Do we want to do? Yeah, I guess. Yeah, in many ways, Hearts of Iron 4 is a simplified version of the game. So it's a little easier to follow and figure out what's going on. That's true. And Black Ice has particularly made it more complicated than standard. Sometimes, and if you've watched enough of what I've been saying about it, sometimes I think the added complication is just there because they can, and it doesn't necessarily help the game. But I do, of all the Hearts of Irons, I do think Hearts of Iron 3's Black Ice is basically the best that's been produced of anything so far. That doesn't mean everyone has to like it the best. I just think it's the best artillery barrel and ammunition. Because if you're looking for, like, a lot of players, now somebody stole our blueprints. A lot of players want EU 20th century, and that you have much better with Hearts of Iron 4, where this is much more of a historical based game. You can do unhistorical stuff for sure, but it is much more looking at history. Okay, well, let's do here. Yeah, no, it's a lot more simplified. A lot of players, they got a lot of feedback from people that just got lost, in Hearts of Iron 3. So they simplified things a lot for Hearts of Iron 4. That's what a lot of core players think about it. Okay, diplomatic. Sweden is now coming to be more like us. They've stopped our trade agreement, and submarine torpedoes have advanced. Now, there's a lot of improvement in Hearts of Iron 4 in some ways, but it's just do I use the term dumbed down correctly with it? Maybe. Do we start doing rocket engines now? I don't know. Theoretical jets. I don't know. Have they been working on jets in the mod? I think we're going to stick with some of this. Let's go. Well, more supply production. That will help us with other things. Reduce the needs for supplies. Hoi 3 is Latin, Hoi 4 is Italian. Yeah, I guess in ways. I don't know enough about Latin versus Italian. To comment on that well enough. Heavy AA guns. Yeah, we're going to do that. More supplies. See, things like this. Additional supplies production. Okay, this improves more supplies production. Ammunition production improvement, more supply production. Military ration production, more supply. I don't get all of this. I mean, I get, supplies, boots, okay, uniforms, yeah, whatever, consumable things, supplies, ammunition, yeah, of course, that's the things that come out of the end of the barrels of guns, and military rations, okay, that's part of the supply production. I get all that. Why split these into 3 different things? I don't know. Now, if you're balancing it out with the right amount of leadership, okay, it doesn't make it bad, but I don't know how this makes the game better. I mean, if you could explain it to me. Now, some of the stuff I get details of things, but if you can explain to me how that makes it better and not just more Italian is dumbed down version of Latin, okay. If it just, more detail for detail's sake, I'm not complaining, but I get why people are going like, on it. How complicated it is, I don't know. the heck anyone's going to get into. Well, yeah, then you can watch, but you'll not like War in the East 2, which makes Hearts of Iron 3 look not very complicated. What you might want to do is check out on my YouTube channel, Chris, if you hope I'm Krish. If you want to follow the links over there, you can just scroll down and find it. And see some of my playthroughs of Strategic Command and War Plan. And your friend might like those. They are not as complicated as Hearts of Iron, but they're not as simple as something like Risk, so or Axis and Allies. So that may be a happy ground for your friend. You do need to get the right level of war game for the right type of person. And you don't want to bring somebody into a war game that they're not prepared for. Thank you, Arno. Okay. Netherlands annexed Indonesia. Oh, did they? I guess there was a revolt or something out here. And there were several revolts against the Dutch, I know. I guess they crushed one. Japanese are doing moderately well, but I don't know, are they not at war with diplomacy? Oh, they're at war with Japan and Manchukuo and May. Wonder why they haven't come in and crushed these guys up here. China's still holding out here. That may be part of it. The communists I get, because they get a lot of bonuses fighting in their own territory. So the Japanese have not, maybe. Pushed on that. Thank you for following the channel. I do appreciate it. Yep. A lot of European nations in modern day have struggles with their colonial past. Now, if they did something particularly bad, and many or most of them did at one point or another, doesn't mean they're overall bad, but, bad things happen in history. But, yeah, okay, no longer receive rare materials. Well, we've got a lot. Here. China sends all of its troops to the north, maybe. I want, look, oh, we've gotten to low popularity. Very good. There's a lot of improvements with Hearts of Iron 4. I'm not good. Recently I've just been playing Hearts of Iron 3 because we've been playing through this and playing other games. But I think Hearts of Iron 4 does add a lot. There are a lot of improvements, but their detriments, the problems that they add to the game outweigh their improvements, in my opinion. But the idea of being able to send military advisors or whatnot to sort of military observers. Military observers to get some military experience, as well as sort of seeing what's going on. I like that. And to some degree, though I think it is abused too much, send in, foreign volunteer units into nations. Some of that's really good. It's just they've dumbed a bunch of other stuff down way too much. I don't know if you could ever understand much of Hoi 3 without playing Hoi. Well, I've never played. Hi, Joseph. Again, I know you were here earlier. I've never played Hoi 1 or 2, but I started playing other, board games. Like, started out a long time ago with Third Reich, sort of where I get Third Reich events from the title. Playing that, so it was sort of very natural for me to play this. Aircraft prototype evaluation. So, it was very natural and easy for me to pick up. That doesn't mean it if you've. But I had a solid grounding in all of this stuff for years before, so that's why it was easy and natural. But if you haven't had that, I can see how it would be something unfamiliar to you. Okay, because we've lost effects of very low popularity, we're now just under these. So instead of -8% leadership, it's just -4. So let's look. Okay, so we're coming back here. Those internal factors to me are still somewhat mysterious, but various things, including I really do think you're right in doing both some of the counter espionage here and sending in some agents to some of these other countries to mess with. That's with Japan. They may be doing the paternal or stuff, so let's do a little bit of counter espionage there. Yeah, China, yeah, currently we can see China proper is still holding up here and holding, here's their Chengdu is their current capital that I don't know if it's about ready to fall, but it's on the front lines and they're still holding a little bit around there. So they still have, nope, looks like they've lost all their ports to the Japanese. So they're collapsing. Yeah, I don't know why whether it's just Beijing and is holding the line fine, so Japan hasn't put in a lot of forces, and just the way the AI often thinks is just push out from here and keeps going. I don't know. Okay, so I think we need just more divisions. So let's. All right, what is that? 3? 3. Let's go 4. 4 divisions more. Yeah, I understand the internal stuff is, and I don't know how to change that internal factors. Well, I haven't got Battle for the Bosphorus yet, mostly because I've been playing so many mods and the mods haven't needed it. Gotten all the rest of the DLCs. And if you're talking about the new coming one that they've been talking about with the railroads, that's really nice. Okay, that's been waiting for. Okay, yes, pacing advance. So we're going to stop that. What we're trying to do is get landing craft flotilla, so we need to get marine activation. And we've needed basing advance to get that. We're at marine activation. So we're doing that now immediately. Okay, range finding equipment, which is probably at least one of the ones pushing it too far forward. Into there, and armored car design. So let's. Okay, and so what is engineering unit training as well? Okay. That opens, oh, come on, stop. There. That opens up bridging equipment and assault weapons. It's these assault weapons, they mean things like flamethrowers and satchel charges to blow up things, not Sturmgewehrs, because Sturmgewehrs are assault rifles over here. Types of things, okay. See, we just have a bit more, and we'll do it into. How consumer goods are at zero. War economic. No, I have not. I looked at the math here, and we have mixed industry and we have full mobilization. I did the math and saw that because I enacted war economy during peacetime and jumping from 20% to 45%, the amount of ICs needed to compensate for this was more than the 25% improvement. So their current setup here with war economy is not, and I don't know if it would be different enough now, but since this is percentage, I don't think so. Unless there's enough other factors, but I don't think so. That 25% in consumer goods. But once you go to war, then it is definitely because obviously it actually reduces the amount of consumer goods you need. So it is a benefit. So we are just right now at full mobilization. So that is, from that part, I found to be the best option, is to keep it at full mobilization during peacetime and not go to war economy. Government focus. We're going to reorganize this because I really don't care if we can't fight so well because we're not going to be at war. Oh, what? Okay. Government secretary focus for player. No, wait a minute. That isn't it. What is artillery carriage designs? There we go. Yeah, we can do self-propelled artillery brigade. That would be nice. Hello, Michael. How you doing? Do you find the game hard-coded not to allow certain countries to join your alliance? Okay, yes. Basically, Switzerland and Turkey are coded so that, and I think Sweden as well will, where come to diplomacy here, will come so that they will never come too close to any one of the corners. Because we can see here, Switzerland and Turkey, you can influence them to be closer to your alliance, but they will, if you start influencing them, they'll start influencing them themselves away from you. If they start getting too close to one of the other ones, they will maybe start moving more towards Germany or whatever to try to keep in this center area. So, and I think things like Ireland are similar. But yeah, it can be useful to influence them, and I do have some events in TRE just because they're historical, to have them slightly more towards you than to the opponent for better trades or other sort of things, but they should never join your alliance. Turkey obviously did join the Allies, but only in the last few days of the last few weeks or months of the war. That, I would say, was mostly to sort of like, oh shit, the Allies are going to win and the Soviets are going to win. The Soviets might want to gobble us up. We might as well join the Allies now and be on their side so that they protect us from the Soviet Union. I think that is basically why Turkey joins the Allies. I don't really think it's any other reason. Now, I think like countries like Chile and Brazil, which did join the Allies, Brazil is the only one of those South American countries that really, Mexico sends some troops, but the one that only really sends any decent units is Brazil. I think it was mostly for economic and political improvements, because they did get, by economic, they did get contracts and whatnot to supply the Allied war effort more so, and political improvement in dealing with the U.S., but it really wasn't wanting to jump into the war, and the Brazilian outfit is really good, and I think it's an all volunteer type unit and basically equipped by America, so it's not like costing Brazil much in anything, even in lives. So yeah, a lot of that I sort of agree with it, keeping it sort of neutral, um, but it's sort of set up that way. Let's see what else. Dutch joining the Axis. Well, I don't know if they would. In this version, Nether will not join any faction unless invaded. Interesting. Yeah, the Dutch wanted to keep themselves out of the war, so they're like no longer attempting. So it just sort of a thing that if it may start going in one direction and then stop and whatnot. Okay, land-based air warning. Radar. We'll come back to some of these at some point, but I'm getting all of the structural industrial improvements first. Radar for frigates. There we go. When we get that, it'll unlock some of these other ones. I can spin tales of how and why some nations might join one side or the other under certain conditions, including things like Turkey, including things like Switzerland. But you need to substantially change real facts on the ground. Yeah, I think we're going to go for desert before Arctic. So we'll do that. And armor plating advance. I'm guessing that is plating advance. Am I missing? Am I just not? Action AVS suspension. Welded plate, armor plate thickness. Oh, these are for fighters. These are the armor plating in fighters. Where is that? Here, there we go. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Well, Luigi, you're Brazilian, you may have said before, but I don't remember, always. I German player very often, there's a penalty for taking out Denmark. The first year gameplay in Norway prior to 37. Well, I really play what's generally we would call a historical path. So I haven't experimented with taking out Norway or Denmark in any substantially earlier. Brazilian, we got our first steel company because of our participation in war. Brazil hated the Germans because of unrestricted submarine warfare that sunk some of our merchant vessels. Yes, and Brazil, Mexico also enters the war eventually because of mostly unrestricted submarine warfare, I believe. There are reasons for the, like you're saying, economic reasons for Brazil. I'm not saying that there's not a lot of nations that liked or didn't like Germany out there that either got in the war or stayed out of the war. But I do, and I do know that one of the reasons that Brazil sort of gets into the war is some level of pressure from the U.S. to basically be able to base aircraft out here for anti-submarine patrol duties and that. And I very well believe that Germany was sinking some Brazilian ships either on purpose or on accident. On accident might just because they're out here, on purpose because they might be, coming into the war zone and just going, hey, you're in the war zone, we're sinking you. Yeah, it's Chile comes into the war if I'm not mistaken, and Brazil does. Obviously, Argentina does not. I don't think Peru does, um, and most of these other countries don't that are neutral. Fun fact: our president at the time was a fascist. Yeah. There there's the political party, the new state, the Novo Stat or whatever. There's a party in Brazil and there's a party in Portugal at the same time with the same name, but the Brazilian one was fascist. The Portuguese one was nationalistic, not fascist. Salazar was not a fascist. He was an anti-Nazi, though. Salazar was, I think, the only head of state to actually write an anti-Hitler book, an anti-Nazi book. I do not know much about the Brazilian situation. And you probably, Luigi, know a lot more than I do, I presume. Be Brazilian and study this stuff. It was stupid for Italy to get into the war. Okay, let's see. We'll do that. Get that going there. Just because they were fascists or something, they should have, even though they should have stayed out. And so, yeah, I can spin reasons why certain nations would get into the war, get out of the war. I think Turkey would have gotten into the war, about the time that, German panzers had made it to Baku and the British had been kicked out of Iraq and, Suez and, whatnot. So basically surrounded by Germany. Yeah, they would probably join the German side at that point. If, the right inducements and pressures put on them. But so long as there's Soviets sitting on the border here and British, or allies, however you want to look at it, I know it's French and becomes a free French colony, but British forces here, yeah, no. Turkey's staying out of it. So long as it's, more or less the historical conditions, you aren't convincing Turkey to join either side. But if it becomes, surrounded by the Germans, then yeah. Oh, and Turkey hates hates may be strong, but has a long dislike of Italy starting with the Italian wars here, if not going back much, much further. Bolivia joined also. Okay, I did not know that Bolivia joined. I know they're, I think it was Bolivia was or supplied by the Italians. Yeah, they were supplied by the Italians in the Chaco War. The Bolivia versus Paraguay War that was in 1935 that ends just before the start of Hearts of Iron 4, but I'm pretty sure it was the Bolivians that were being supplied by the Italians. And yeah, obviously there's not much they could do about things. Okay, gun position, twin engine planes have advanced. We'll stop that. And that will allow us to, let's look around a bit here for amphibious invasion focus. Yeah, that would be nice. Okay, well, I'll be back in just a moment and we'll continue this. So just hang loose, everyone. Talk amongst yourself. Arno, tell them a joke if the Dutch know any jokes or something. What's hairy and likes to get wet? I don't know. A dog. Dog is hairy and likes to get wet. They like to go swimming. All right. So we have some heavy transport. Did we get our first one completed? It looks like we did. Okay. Good. Lots of heavy transports. Let's go for some regular transports. Chewbacca. Does Chewbacca like to get wet? I don't know. Dog likes to get wet. They like to swim in the water. Okay, now we've gotten a lot of armor divisions here and various things, though they have not been helping our practicals. So what I guess we need to also do a lot of basic divisions, a fair amount at least. Okay, we're going to build one with an armored brigade. Okay, 9.22 for a motorized infantry. 5 for a motorized infantry battalion. We're going to go with one of those. They're still going to be big and strong enough, I think. Okay, let's look here. Okay, regular artillery is faster, and I want to try to keep the speed up. And we'll come down here and do a divisional headquarters and trucks. Yeah, let's do armored cars. Because we're limited in battalion size, we will do a 7 versus 5. We'll just do motorized support at this time. So we'll do that. And we're building as reserve. So that will be 18. So not a great division. Chewbacca. Yep. Can I play? Hello, Fillmore. Well, it's going to be a long time before I play, honestly, the Soviets, because I've got to play TRE once it's ready to be played, and I'm going to work on something special. So I don't know when we will be doing a Soviet playthrough. I don't know if there's actually enough people who want to watch it. I'm actually I don't know if it's because this is a bit of a test playthrough, but viewership here is somewhat down, and Germany is normally the country I get the best viewership for. Basic education advanced. So I don't know. I don't want to say, oh yeah, soon, and then not have it happen, but it's not a never. It's just there's going to be other things first. Okay, we'll do airplane, I think. Radios next. Good to hear, Stenkilla. How you doing? What can we do to help with TRE? Okay, well, one, you can get on the Discord server. Arno can post preferably in both Twitch and YouTube, a link to our Discord server, so you can join that. Right now, all I have, and he's helped me a bit, and importantly, is Exergen, who is having internet troubles right now. So that's why we didn't do our War in the East thing yesterday, and so I need some help with things there. If you want to help, serious, it's a best. We'll contact and talk to each other. Have a microphone and get Discord set up so that we can talk and work on stuff. I need help figuring out some of the EULA coding, to which we sort of kind of have the basic of what we need to do to be able to get divisions to, or countries to make 8 division or not 8 brigade divisions. Boy, I'm not saying this well. So we've figured out some of that. We need more work on that and other things that just need doing. So I've gone through some of the order of battle stuff that was in TRE and removed, like the Italian order of battle and whatnot, and getting rid of some of that stuff. Piercing cap, just as out of date and no longer needed. Even if I updated it, I don't think it's needed anymore. Fuselage aerodynamics. Thank you so much, Arno. Unfortunately, the main thing I'm watching here to see your chat is a thing for Restream that shows me both the Twitch and YouTube chats together, though it does show me which one is coming from which. And I have a place I could type in there, but I cannot copy and paste into it. So even if I quickly grab the thing, I can't paste it to all of you guys. Okay, well, we want to do those. Do we want to do up here? We're skipping these from now on. Now that we've gotten to that level, we're not going to push forward on them. And to some degree, some of the stuff is sort of sanity checks on tweaking things, you know. And most players agree with the idea of, you know, giving Germany the Autobahn thing at start, you know. Okay, so, but how, you know, modifiers and whatnot to make things not, it's not, TRE is not set up to make Germany easier to play, to make it more historical. So in some ways that might be easier to play, but keep it within that historical range. Okay, we're going to go with that. And make everything seem good there. And go with that. And so you guys can get on there, and anybody can get on. I'm trying to build a community there that hopefully you guys will as much interact with each other as with me. A lot of people play together defensive design positions. War Thunder, there's not a lot of people, but you might be able to find opponents to play, whether it's Hearts of Iron 4 or Hearts of Iron 3. You might. I mean, I know there are people that want to play it, but I don't know if you guys will hook up and be able to get things organized well enough, but there's a few people. Okay, I think we will come, well, so I'm looking for 39. Political indoctrination. Yeah, I guess we could do that now. Start research. So that there are good things to do there. Okay, how are we doing politically? Okay, we're up to 15%. That's good. So I'm sure getting the 2% for political spying helped. I'm sure that did. But I also think the intelligence work that we've done, some of the counter-espionage, including domestic counter-espionage, has been helping. And I'm guessing why it's gone so out of whack is, again, it's a guess, is the coding that the Black Ice team has been doing. Coastal submarines advance, very nice. And yeah, we'll get to some of the 1940 text soon. Well, let's get on some of that because we're going to build submarines. So I encourage everybody to join the Discord server. Now, I don't know about you guys, but quite honestly, I find it not very hard to defeat Poland, obviously, but France and the Low Countries. It's where I find the difficulty in numbers of units and whatnot is fighting in the Soviet Union. So, numbers of divisions early on just don't seem to be the biggest concern. My 3 once, it was just awful. I needed time to micromanage everything. Well, I am planning, and that's one of the things we were talking about. Playing the Soviet Union. I am planning to do a multiplayer Hearts of Iron 3 game, and it won't be able to do so much of me sit here and talk talk at you while it paused, but there would be a lot of pausing to get stuff going. So it would be a slow game. I just don't know how practical it would be. But I hear you that trying to do micromanaging everything. How many Panzer divisions do we have? Well, we can look at that in just a moment. Okay. Cluster bombs. I think that'll be a one and done. Yep, one and done. And submarine classes have advanced, which unlocks all the rest of these. And some of those, but those are too soon to do those. We'll start on engines now. And we'll do hulls next. All right, well, we can take a look at armor divisions. Okay, well, we have a lot of event-given armor divisions here. The 5th Panzer, the 4th Panzer. These Lish divisions are a light sort of armor type division, fast, motorized infantry with light armor. So I don't know if you want to count those. This is a little bit more of a armored division that's light. There. And I think they've been dropping currently they're dropping them in Berlin, starting out. And yeah, I do have some that I've built or were around earlier. And so here we have the 3rd, it's a motorized, we have the Kampf Group 88, and over here we have the 1st Panzer Division and the 2nd Panzer Division and that. So not a lot, and I do hope to have more by the time we start the war out, both from events and from my building. Yes, we just have the one here. We're going to do more. So I don't know how many exactly it was, 7, something like that. Because, my biggest dream that has been ever since starting to play Hearts of Iron 4 was such the god awful AIs, if to play in a big multiplayer game that is limited to historical joinings of the war and that kind of thing. But yeah, once you're at war, once you're at war, then the gloves are off. If the U.S. wants to do an invasion in 1942 into France, and they're at war, they get in the war more or less the historical date. Yeah, they could try that. It's not like trying to must do torch and then do the Italian landings and then No, you can do what you want. Germany has to be prepared for it. But that is my dream. And yes, part of the not so much like again to pause and talk it. you, but be able to do enough pausing, and then the other players is do enough pausing as well to play the game slowly, nicely, but play it well. That is my dream game. To have real human opponents challenging me, and I'm sure some of my easy conquests, at least I sort of think so, of the Soviet Union would not be happening with that. But and you very well may see me being crushed as playing Germany, but which might be fun TV for you to watch. Air launch torpedoes, but might hurt my ego a bit. I would no longer be the world conquering Hearts of Iron player, close air support prototype. Okay, grayed out. Yeah, okay, we're in 39, so let's get some aero engines up and going, and we can do single engine airframe research. Okay, we've got much more. Okay, a lot of stuff is. Okay, one thing again, notice I have not deployed any of these units. There is a very good reason why. And there's also good reasons why I should. And now is getting the time to deploy them. If I deploy them in, we'll probably do that next episode, deploy them. If you deploy them, they start eating supplies. 1. 2, the size of your army or your armed forces affects the amount of consumer goods you need. So by not deploying these forces, this is a bit of a gamey tactic, I know. By not deploying these forces, you don't end up needing to have as many consumer goods being made. Even though right now we're at 0, I don't know what the actual need is. Okay, let's look at it. It's 35 versus 47. So we could, we could do some more, get some stuff. So it still might keep us at 0, even deploying all this stuff. The bad thing is they don't get upgrades. And they're just, so a lot of these units will need upgrades, which will affect. Now, also, of course, we can obviously not have we can stop having upgrades, but I don't need to upgrade too much stuff too early because I'm not planning on going to war in 1937 or 38 or whatever. So, but it does sort of push a lot of the upgrades costs later, but, well, we've expanded the hell out of our industrial capacity now to handle the upgrades. So there is a benefit there. Okay, let's do... Yeah, we can do one more of these, and then, because I just like to change things up, some of them we'll reuse again. Now, we don't have a proper mechanized brigade, but we're going to make sort of a motorized with a armored battalion division with, yes, motorized support, artillery. Now, motorcycle reconnaissance. We might upgrade that to. Okay. 20. Yeah, I think we'll leave it at this. So we'll do this as sort of a proto Panzer Grenadier type division where we see motorized divisions here. They're just, well, this has cavalry in it, so it's not very motorized. Well, that one does. Okay, that's a Schnell division. Well, not finding examples that I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, where this infantry division motorized just doesn't have any armor at all in it. Is it possible not to build ICs and win the war as Germany? I would presume so. I've not tried it. I think it's meant to be historical, it's meant for you to build up ICs. Right. Okay. So we now do claims on Memel. So let's get this. We're going to lose some of our threats and whatnot, but decent amount of money coming in because we're no longer doing the China deals, which does hurt our Memel. Claiming Memel. Lithuania agrees. Now, Memel was a rather German city, and it was, I don't know a lot of the detail, but I think it was mostly to punish Germany and maybe to give, Lithuania a better port, because this port up here isn't much of a port compared to Memel. But it had long been a German area, so we're going to lose 5 in descent. Normally, if you fire the historical date for taking the rest of Czechoslovakia, which is much more around here or closer to this date, this reduction in descent really helps you. Right now, obviously, we have no descent, so it doesn't really help, but we do get a couple little provinces here, and this one has a bit of coal in it and a teeny bit of industry, so yeah, helps a bit. Mostly, though, of course, it helps for your invasion of the Soviet Union to have these two provinces to be able to attack, not having to attack across the river. And so that is a nice thing to not have to do. Okay, and we have, because of that, I think a little more. We'll do small fuel tank. We'll keep. Oh, and we have a little teeny little bit more as well. Have we deployed our radars yet? No, they're still building. They'll help get a better look inside of places like France. 2-engine transport prototype, and it'll probably be grayed out. Nope, not grayed out, but we will stop it now. 42 is way too advanced, and yeah, let that go. We'll let that. And Hungary wants to buy rights to build a squadron of Messerschmitt 109 meals. Right, the basic E1s. Very good. Well, I think we're going to end the episode here. I want to thank you all for watching. Thanks for liking the videos. And see you next time for even more Hearts of Iron. Now we're going to continue the live stream. You guys can stay if you wish, because I hope you do. We'll continue that, but I just wanted to end the episode, so we'll go from here. If you can elaborate on historical IC expansion, I'm interested. I don't like the idea of not producing sufficient tanks and planes for years because industry is expanding. Is that historical? Okay, I'll address that in the beginning of this next episode here. Welcome back, fellow armchair generals. This is Gamer 1745 here with my continuing look at Black Ice for Hearts of Iron 3, the 10.41 version. This is necessary for me to upgrade the Third Reich Events mod. and also helpful in both keeping the channel going and the modding effort. I want to thank Sir Toyjet and Chief, and of course the Hoffmanator for your support on Patreon. It really does help. Now, Luigi has asked if I can elaborate on historical IC expansion. I'm interested. I don't like the idea of not producing sufficient tanks and planes for years because industry is expanding. Is that historical? No, it is not historical. Again, there's a lot of great things with Hearts of Iron 4. The idea that you have what they call civilian ICs over there, which could also sort of be called construction ICs, if you will, for there versus military ICs. Some of the machine tools that you use to make guns would be set up to make other machine tools or parts thereof. Some of the pressing machines, could be pressing some of the machine tools. But it's not really impractical for that. Now, Germany was expanding its industrial capacity. And industrial capacity is not just how many machine tools or press, presses. Press is something like you take a round flat disc, you put it in it, and goes shunk, and you now have a German helmet, or at least mostly there. There's a couple more little sort of pressing, roll the lip over, and a few other things like that. But you take a flat piece of steel and you actually give it more strength by putting it into a press. That's what they learned with, I know, an automobile body, cars. If you have flat pieces of the automobile, the old style, I don't know, a lot of the modern stuff is done differently now, but the pressed automobile bodies, if it was just flat, that would be sort of flexible. You go wobble, wobble, wobble. But once you put it through a press machine, and get it sort of pressed into a shape, it hardens itself and makes it much more rigid and good for that. With that kind of stuff, you still need to do, a bar frame. So, presses and machining tools are some of the major elements of production. Those are important, but also important are the buildings. You read about or, talk about documentaries, literally taking an armaments factory off of a train and setting it up out in a field somewhere, and the Soviets starting to, make rifles or make hand grenades or whatever again. And that kind of thing did literally happen. I think very quickly, as quickly as practical, they were on the other side of the train tracks. They were building the factory to then move the machines into the factory because they know winter's coming and you can't, produce out in the under 2 or 3 feet of snow, so. And I don't know how common, literally just into a field, but I do know it happened. So you need some of the infrastructure. And to sort of illustrate some of that, most, if not all, of the manufacturing facilities for railway engines in America, once the U.S. goes to war, are converted over to tank assembly factories. And I want to key in that word assembly, because they, at least mostly, weren't making the components. I'm not going to say absolutely not. Now, they weren't, again, some of the, I don't know, they probably converted for a time some of the machinery that would make the, the combination of casting and then machining on the cast, the railway engine wheels, doing those over to tank wheels or whatever, but mostly they're just assembly plants. And the reason they used them is because they had huge overhead cranes that could pick up railway engines and move them around in either completed or partially completed form, before you even put on wheels. You can move them around the factory. So you have, if you just have a building that you can't lift up and move a tank around, how do you even move the tank body? And and doing the welding of sections, whether they're cast sections or whether they're, flat steel that's already, cut to shape, but you just need to weld them in assembly. That's what I'm talking about. They were doing a lot of that in railway engine factory. So eventually it gets to the point that they build enough purpose-built tank factories that all but one of the railway engine factories convert back to making railway engines. I forget which one. One of them was actually just doing such a fantastic job making tanks. They go, yeah, you guys just keep making tanks. You're doing great. All the rest, because they, eventually want to increase the rail capacity in America, but they're also doing Lend-Lease engines and other rolling stock to the Soviet Union and as well as to other places in the world. So they wanted more engines to be built as well, railway engines. So all but one of the factories gets converted back eventually during the war to railway production. So part of it is the literal building and how the building is structurally built to accommodate, if you're building huge naval guns, those big barrels, you got to be able to have, internal cranes to move them around. But if you're building rifle barrels, you don't. And the machinery used to build those two different things are not the same. Germany was also increasing, and I was talking to Lum about some of this stuff, is still today, including some of the stuff in America that the U.S. captures at the end of the war, are still some of the only big press machines and some of the only big machining tool machines that are still in use today. And we don't really even have the capacity in the world currently to replicate them that were captured from Germany after World War II. Hermann, it's called Hermann the German, I think is a huge super crane that was made during World War II in Germany that is still in use in Los Angeles Harbor because it was very well built. And it's one of the few big cranes out in the world to lift heavy things in and off of ships. So Germany was building up this industrial capacity during this time. And I don't have a lot of details to give you about date and time of building these industrial capacities to right now. I don't even know how much of the record still exists. But also another example is during this time period of, at least from when the Nazis are in power, but I sort of kind of think it's from 36, somewhere between 36 and 39, I believe it was, but maybe it's 35. Germany sells to the Soviet Union steel rolling machine. Recently got a photo of the huge machine that they were using to make the Tiger tank turrets, the sort of horseshoe shaped stuff. And there's, you take the big thick piece of armor and you roll it through this rolling machine and eventually shape it into the, semicircular sort of horseshoe shape. That's the most of the rounded part of the Tiger they're putting on the flat front face for the, where the gun mounts that they were building. They sell at least one of these machines, and there may be a couple of them, to the Soviet Union. Well, I think the Germans thought the Soviets needed it to build ships. And the Germans were like, yeah, we'll just sink them. And so they sell these big steel rolling machines that the Soviet Union did not have the capacity to manufacture. Now, could they have eventually, build the precursor steps to get there? Yeah, they could. Now, I don't know how long it would have taken them. I don't know what industrial effort it would have cost them. Could they have possibly built some of these rolling machines or bought them somewhere else? Yes, Britain and the U.S. also had them, and I think Japan has them as well. But the U.S. and Britain definitely had similar. These aren't the biggest ones that I was talking about earlier that still the U.S. got and are still left over from World War II that only Germany made. But these are some big ones. Yes, there was possibly, if the U.S. or Britain was willing to sell them, they could have possibly gotten them somewhere else. But these steel rolling machines are the only thing that allows the Soviet Union to make the main rolled steel armor for the T-34 and the KV tanks. They did not have, I mean, that's part of the reason the T-26, the T-35, all the, the big sort of land battleship tanks the Soviets made, handfuls of those, and huge numbers of the T-26 and the BT-5 and BT-7 tanks, is they all have thin armor, is because that's all the Soviets can make. That's part of the reason. Now, part of the reason, at least for the BT-7s, well, they are super fast, light, running around a big country. You also want a lot of T-26s to, be cheap. Now, the land battleships, well, you might, you put too much armor and they can't move, but, compared to the engine. But still, they don't have a heavy tank, a heavily armored tank. They have big tanks, but they don't have heavily armored tanks. And so you could take one of those big land battleships like the T-35, take those engines and stick it into a physically smaller tank, but weighs the same with thicker armor. Well, they can't do it because they don't have the steel rolling machines. They buy them from Germany. Okay, all this is given in evidence, Luigi. And again, I don't have either in front of me facts and figures. And Adam Toz's books might have some of that stuff that talked more specific about industrial expansion. But Germany is industrially expanding during this time. Capabilities. The Nibelungen works get built in Austria, or former Austria, once they take it over, and that's a massive tank factory. So they're building ICs in Austria. The Nibelungen works, sort of like the Nibelungen and and I'm sure I'm butchering it a little bit, pronunciation, from the opera. Again, I blank on Hitler's favorite opera writer. What's his name? Not Mozart. I know that. I'd love somebody in chat to help me out with that. Who did the various plays in Beirut. For some reason, I always blank on names like this. So when I try to pull them up, Wagner. Yeah, yes, Wagner. That's it. Yeah, the Wagner play. And so they build the tank factory there, and there may have been some factory already existing, but if there is already existing factory, that it's a massive expansion, but really it's sort of basically a new tank factory production. So they're building ICs now. And so there really are, and I can't right now, and I'm sure I could dig up facts and figures on some of this stuff, but you have to realize there's a lot we don't know about the Third Reich. Germans were obsessive record keepers, and their records were generally accurate. But combination of bombing campaigns over Germany, big firestorms, as well as well documented that they happened, bonfire parties, everything from secret plans for whatever secret operation we're putting on the bonfire, as well as just truckloads of records of food distribution records or whatnot. They were just burning everything at the end of the war, all over the place. And I don't know from one factory to another, to Krupp versus the Gustloff Works versus whatever. I don't know the records that survived. I think a lot of records do survive, but they're just not necessarily locked away that no one can see them. They're just locked away, and if you're the right type of researcher, they would let you in to research them maybe, but they're some of the companies are embarrassed because they might show records of slave labor or other things. So we don't know how, even some of the surviving stuff, how much is, would be available. But even then, even if it is sort of available, who's going and doing the research on it? Yes, Ice-T. Hello, Alberto. The records there's a lot of, and the Soviets capture a lot of records. Some of them, massive amounts, have been declassified, but not all, to my understanding. Most of the, at least basic construction type stuff in the U.S. has been declassified, to my understanding. Sometimes they classify things and don't tell anybody they even have it. But so records are incomplete. But we know there was significant expansion. Most of the stuff I've just given you is anecdotal, but descriptive expansion. I do know, and we talk about, is it the idea, is it historical to just focus in on expansion of ICs early and not build other units and equipment? Well, part of the way, my understanding, and some of this comes from Hilary Doyle, who is one of the experts on German tanks, as well as German tank production and whatnot. He's written some of the books that are the standard reference books. If you don't know who Hilary Doyle is, I've seen some interviews on him. Very much the tank manufacturing companies throughout to the end of the war, and from before to the end of the war, are all working on government contracts. And we're working to government contracts and bidded for government contracts. It was not a centralized, what people often think of, government demands you to make X tank. No, it's like, oh, hey, would you build Panthers for us? Well, we'll build Panthers for, $1 million a piece, or whatever it would be. And, and we'll build it this model. And then you got to do government changing. Lots of contracts going on. I do know from this period, 1939, earlier, 1936, 38, whatever, the German army was ordering, hey, yeah, we want 60 of those Panzer Is, because we want to drive them around and see how they work. And then, the company makes 60 Panzer Is in, let's just say 3 months. Because, they can maybe make them all in a month, but that would be shifting personnel and manufacturing equipment away from other things. And then once that month is done, then you got to shift them to something else. So yeah, we'll take 3 months to produce 60 tanks. And then the Germans drive them around for a while. Yeah, okay, we want 120 Panzer Is, but with these changes. Oh, okay, we'll produce 120 of these tanks, and it'll take, 4 months or whatever it might be. And so they produce these Panzer Is, and then they drive them around for a while. Maybe send a few off to Spain, do a few things. So they're piecemealing production. Instead of going, company, Krupp or whoever, start producing Panzer Is. How many can you produce a week? Oh, okay. You can produce 20 a week. Okay. Start producing 20 Panzer Is. And we'll start driving them around. And when we figure out how we want them changed, we'll tell you to change the current production. And if there are big changes, we'll request you to retrofit the changes and turn on production. They don't do that. Now, I can understand in 1936 and 1937 that they're still figuring out what the hell is a tank. I mean, yeah, they know what a Renault FT-17 is, but do you want to make a big super land battleship? Do you want to make a small light dashing about tank, or do you want to make a sort of a medium, what becomes like a Panzer III or Panzer IV? They're still sort of working out some of these details, and they don't think. Whoever they are, the combination of the sergeant who's driving the tank to the general who is in charge of the tank production board, to the colonels that are in the early Panzer development units, that are experimenting on how to do all this stuff. They don't see a rush for manufacture. So the companies don't see a rush to expand production capability. They're doing things like the Shell Plan, which, and you'll see it in TRE, and I know recently played it. They go from something to say like 250 types of motorcycles being made in Germany down to 60. And these aren't teeny, like different colors of motorcycles, but these are different sort of sets up of motorcycles, just to reduce the numbers of different types of motorcycles, different types of motor cars, and different types of trucks to 30, 40 different models of trucks or whatever it is, but instead of 120. So that it would, once you go to war, because they figured someday there was going to be a war, whether Germany's attacking everybody else or somebody's attacking Germany, it was the idea that war someday would happen, not that peace had broken out and will never be attacked again. We want to have a rational system to, one, be able to manufacture replacement parts for the currently produced trucks, as well as if the Army's going to take over production of trucks, there's going to be a limited variations of trucks, so you can make trucks in just a few styles, and spare parts will fit them to ease our logistics. So they're doing things like that, but they're not telling the truck factories, expand your factory production right now. They would expand it if the German government ordered more trucks, but the German government isn't ordering more. They're ordering trucks, but they're not doing it in a huge truck, motorization of the German army. They're still, and maybe for very good reason, in that they don't have enough oil or gasoline, they're still primarily relying upon, people often say horse transport. Yes, horse transport to a point, but it's really actually a mix of horse and trains. Trains to get them to, to here, and horses to go from here to here. So trains bring in, whether it's the division or bring in the division's ammo to this point, and then use the horse to go the last little bit. That's really, and if you look at World War I, that's really how it is. It isn't so much, they're not loading the wagons full of ammo and driving them across Poland. I mean, the wagons may or may not, because they often do, they do march. There are route marches that get, in peacetime or in war, that are just, going across territory. But they really use a lot of trains to move horses, to move whatnot. And sort of another aside here, I hope you like all these asides. I've seen some footage, and I've captured some stills of the footage of the huge victory parade in Berlin in 1940, after the defeat of France. Huge victory parade with military units, probably not mostly military units that actually fought in France, but military units. One of the things I find is sort of funny is a bunch of trucks, I don't know, 4 or 5 of them, big trucks, going in this victory parade. You know what they have in the back of the trucks, and what the trucks are designed to carry? They're specifically designed to carry horses. Okay, so they have trucks designed to move horses. As an American, I go, as a military plan, why not just have more trucks? Why have horses? But yeah, no, they had trucks to move the horses. And so, so much of the German army is still a combination of rail and horses. Now, we know the Germans are expanding their industrial capacity. We know the Germans could have expanded the industrial capacity more than they did. Okay, we know that. Just simply by going to these tank manufacturers and going, Alfred Krupp or whoever. Yeah, because they did it for like the Nibelungen factory. You got that factory that you're producing tanks over there? We'll pay you to double the capacity, basically build a second factory next to it. But work it in however you want to, whatever manufacturing, meaning could be one sort of giant series of buildings, that you move the tanks around. It doesn't have to be separate factories, but basically double the IC production for tanks here. And Krupp would have said, yeah, sure. And if they're paying enough, they're paying an appropriate amount of money for it. And German government could have said, yeah, and also train up workers to be able to operate the additional thing. And Krupp would have gone, well, how are we going to pay these workers? Oh, we'll give you money to pay the workers. Okay, yeah, sure. And they would have done it. There wouldn't have been an argument about it. There might have been some discussion on best practices. Aren't we overbuilding? Blah, 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 blah. Are you sure we're going to be producing tanks somewhat similar to this? Maybe you want to put square wheels on them instead of round ones. I don't know what they might be thinking that would need to be swapped out later on, but we know they could have expanded their production capabilities. Now, that's all to support both. We know they were expanding their ICs, 1, and 2, they could have expanded them more than they did. Okay. Now, we're all, I don't know if retconning is the right word. No, we're, what's the right word? We are, we're looking backwards. We're looking at tank production levels, or aircraft or artillery or whatever, of what they did historically, and then from that trying to extrapolate how much their actual production capability was. And that's always going to be flawed. And you can simply go in and instead of one shift a day making tanks, you could go, well, what about 2 shifts, 2 12-hour shifts? Or maybe we should go 3 8-hour shifts to make that a 24-hour factory with minor disruptions as you convert over. Well, and what about going to 7 days a week, adding some more workers, not working all the workers 7 days a week, because they do need time off. I mean, rush orders, in the midst of a war briefly, sure, but you need time off, in a real practical sense. And it actually makes better productivity. So yeah, add enough workers, so maybe it's almost equivalent to 4 shifts, just because you're rotating, 5 days a week and sort of shifting around. And that's in the same level of factory, you're just keeping it working 24/7 instead of working 8 hours or 10 hours a day, 5 days a week. So we can try to do some of that. Well, we don't quite know. We don't have all the figures, so we're guessing. And I will say this as war games developers, because me as a modder, the Black Ice team as modders, or Paradox, we're all war games developers. We're all developing this war game. We may not be developing, a fresh, complete game, and we may be doing a lot of this for free, the modders, but we are war game developers. We are game developers. We're developing a game. Okay, so we can't know what they were. We can only know maybe what they did, not what they were capable of, but what they did, maybe, because their records aren't all there of what they did. All right, okay, now, so we're making maybe fairly well-educated guesses, but we're making guesses. Okay, on the one end. On the other end, and this is still going back to Luigi's question of historical ICs and production. Now, I would say there's 2 types, or 2, in my opinion, best types of people who want to play a war game. One, and I think that I've been starting and I'm going to continue playing War in the East too. I think that it matches much more of, for production and things like that, what was available. So the starting of that Barbarossa is setting up the order of battle for Germany and its allies, as well as the Soviets, as historically correct order of battle for Barbarossa. Okay. And then you start out and then you attack the Soviet Union. Now, of course, you can maybe surround more units and destroy more Soviet units, or you can have less units of yours destroyed or less combat losses within your units, because there are things like within War in the East too, individual trucks and individual artillery pieces within those units. It's not just a fixed number. It isn't just something like, oh, it's a flat gun or not a flat gun unit. No, it's a flat gun unit, and it's sort of like Hearts of Iron 4, and that it has X number of X type of flat guns within that unit. If you go into combat and you lose more than you did historically, more of your production will go to replacements versus. So as time goes on, it can shift from what the historical quantities were there, but you're starting at a historical basis, and you're seeing how well you can fight Barbarossa. Now, of course, you can follow the standard historical plans and see whether you get as good as or better or worse die rolls than they did historically, or you can change plans. Right. And so, but that's sort of basing it off of historical Barbarossa and following on with the idea that there's, other fronts and other priorities for equipment and production. And so if you want to, and I know Klaus, who often watches this series, really wants to have a lot of historical orders of battle because he wants to, invade Poland with the German historical order of battle and see how well he does with that. That is a very, very valid way to play a war game. Okay. And that holds some interest to me. But my primary interest is, and this is one reason why I have not made, not that I don't want to make a video series, and why I have not played the US or made a US video series. I already know how to win World War II as the US because the US did it, okay? And it wasn't a close run thing. It was clear, easy to do. Now, could I maybe in a war game end the war faster because I sort of, know enough about history? Or whatnot, or the AI is stupid, or, of course, we could also play against humans too, but maybe I could do it faster. Maybe I could do it better than historical in a war game. That reality and war games are, of course, different, but, in a war game, maybe I could do it better. But I already know how to win World War II as America. So I read a lot of books, including not too long, it's a few years now, but autobiography, or not autobiography, a biography of Admiral Nimitz, fighting the Pacific War, because I wanted to learn more about the Pacific War. What fascinates me about particularly Germany and World War II is, could the Germans have won? I believe yes, and I've talked a lot about it different times, so we won't go into that. They could have. Not that it would have been easy or assured or whatever, but they could have won. But it's how they could win. So I like to play a war game on a grand strategy game, as opposed to a tactical, this squad's versus that squad, advanced squad leader or close combat type games, but a grand strategy war game on a generally historically plausible principles. Earlier, hey Marcel, good to have you here, Marcel or Fritz or however. Mentioned, there's penalties for invading Denmark in 1936 or something. Well, I'm not going to invade as a German player Denmark in 1936 because of various real world political situations. So I'm going to generally follow the ideas of what I see as the realities of World War II. So I'm not myself going to straitjacket myself into declaring war on Poland in September 39, because that's when they did it, yes. Well, Hitler thought he was going to have a brief war with Poland. He didn't think he was going to go to war with everybody else. Okay, so I like to look at something that is historically plausible. It's not, what if Nazis were nice guys? No, Nazis are the bad guys. They're going to do bad guy things. But what if they had made reasonably appropriate choices for their bad guyness? Again, we're not trying to say they're not, but for their bad guyness, make reasonably appropriate choices. Could you have significantly different results? Instead of we sign our Ribbentrop-Molotov pact in September 39, and we go, okay, Soviet Union, we're going to do this, but we're going to wait till spring. Okay, do you guys get to come in from the the east and we'll take it from the west and we'll take down Poland. But, we sort of kind of think Britain and France are not going to honor their treaty with Poland, but they might. And because they might, we've got to be very quickly ready to deal with that front. So we're going to have, a lot of divisions sitting over here, just in case they do. And if they do go to war with us, now we don't want them to, but if they do, we'll quickly, round up all of our forces after crushing Poland, move them over here, and then go crush them here. So I play the game mostly, not always, but going to war in early spring 1940 against Poland, because I don't need the winter or the sitzkrieg or the phony war or whatever you want to call it, of just sitting here through the winter staring at the French and waiting for it. I'd rather just peacetime build up my army in preparations for a possible war with the Western Allies, because yes, I know what's going to happen, but we're going to go with, not have to make all the mistakes that Hitler's going to make. I also believe, along with another author, that Germany should have spent the second half of 1940 and the first half all the way maybe to the end of 1941 securing the Mediterranean, or helping Italy secure the Mediterranean, however you want to say that, secure all of this before because Nazis are still Nazis. They're still wanting to go to war with the Soviet Union. So waiting till 1942 to attack then. Now, of course, as this game goes on, the Soviet Union is going to continue building up its forces. It's going to be stronger in 42 than it is in 41. But would it be better to not have to have sort of an actual two-front war? You just sort of have the British out there sort of annoying you, and you're out there, annoying them with your submarines, getting ready for a, massive push into the Soviet Union, and also be better prepared as Germany. So I want to play a war game that I don't have to make the same mistakes Germany did. I don't have to make the mistake of not building up my infrastructure. I know this is a long talk, but I hope it's interesting. I build up my infrastructure more than they did historically. I can't tell you whether all of my IC productions are overbuilt than what they could have built. Not overbuilt than what is historical. This is definitely more than historical. I'm not even going to, even for a moment, try to say this is the historical level of buildups. And now some of the stuff, we just set it to keep building here in Landsberg, Kessel, mostly because we have a heavy industry and they gave it to us when it was just 2 factories there. So we're just building to sort of match that there's a heavy industry. So we're cranking through all of these. So we're going to have more ICs than historical, I do believe. Again, we don't know exactly what they were historically. We're making guesses. So, yes, I'm not in any way trying to say, well, this is approximately what they did have. Now, I do believe between, you have every year you have the Nuremberg rallies that basically give you, I think it's basically 4 ICs. Maybe it's 6 sometimes, some years, and there's other things that just give you ICs, as well as conquering, peacefully in this stage, but conquering other ICs. There are things that expand your ICs, as well as with their mechanics in here, which you no longer get to build, but based upon your political leaders, it will give you either more, shipyards or more ammo factories or more heavy aircraft or medium aircraft or light aircraft factories or more research labs or more this or that or these other things based upon who's here. And so you might want to change this around. Now, TRE will be somewhat following the patterns of who gets what benefits, just because I'm going to go along with it, but it will be with my evaluations of the minister's effects uniquely for it. Again, that's my evaluation. Yes, they're wild-ass guesses. Now, they're relatively educated wild-ass guesses, because my armaments minister here, compared to Göring, it's just air organization and light aircraft practical decay? Well, I know that Goering, because he's armaments minister effectively, because he's in charge of the 4-year plan, they were very much working to increase resource production. So he gets more of that. And even as Air Force Minister, he gets a weak bonus to some resource production. I don't remember exactly the details as sitting here, just because even if he's not the armaments minister, there's still the Hermann Goering work still sort of working. So it's just like, yeah, it's still there, but not as big. So if you have them in both, you get more bonuses, but you also get detriments too. You can look them up, see the thing, and it'll be approximately the same, if not the same, next time, when we release the thing. So it'll be along those lines. So, I don't know what they could have done. I mean, I'm sure we could research it better and deeper, but like I say, how much are we going to spend people to send to archives in Russia, to send to archives in Germany, to send to archives in Britain, to send to our archives in the U.S., to send to, I don't know, try to get into factory archives or whatever that might still be out there, and try to figure all this out. How much detail? Yes, read a few books. Okay, that's good surface knowledge. We're making reasonable guesses on this stuff. So yeah, I believe we're probably, with all this stuff, overbuilding their actual capacity, but I don't know where to draw the line. And yes, if I was purely at this point, and by the beginning of 39, not building huge amounts of other things and purely spamming ICs as well, and you've also watched me in the series, build a lot of additional resource extraction, which some of it we can now see is unnecessary, but some of it probably wasn't. Some of it was needed back then. So maybe only half of what we did was necessary. So I'm trying to not make all the mistakes if we're going to war in approximately late 39 to early 1940. And this game just really, and it take a lot of rework to sort of keep it going without going wonky in several ways, of waiting to sort of the 42 to 44 period that Hitler actually sort of thought the war would be. I think it's more 42, 43, that Hitler actually thought the war with the West was going to happen then. I don't know when he thought the war with the Soviets, because he wanted his 1939 war with Poland, then 2 or 3 years to build up more Navy, both submarines and surface ships, as well as improved tank designs, improved aircraft designs, to get ready to take on the West as sort of mostly as a rematch of World War I, to say, yeah, we can beat you guys. Then at some point he wanted multiple wars of expansion eastward. He didn't want to just defeat the Soviet Union and end up in Murmansk. Vladivostok. Murmansk is up over here. Yes, I do know my geography, but I misspeak once in a while. He wanted, take this section, and then 10 years later, take this section, and then 10 years, or whatever time periods, so that Germans can come in and occupy and be overlords, or just push the Eastern peoples further east. And, he wanted that to sort of be Germany's hardening every generation to go to war with the Eastern peoples for 4 or 5 years and harden the German up and keep moving east as they slowly go, because he really wanted to sort of be, I guess, Europe's version of America and push to the Pacific from there. And he didn't want it all in one big take, because he knew they couldn't. He knew it would actually be detrimental to his vision of Germanness if they had to spread the German people all out as an occupying force over all of the Soviet peoples. It would, of his vision, it would be a detriment. So he didn't want it all. He wanted key resource areas, and definitely wanted to expand into the Ukraine and probably some of these other areas too in the first war, in 1941, 42, or whatever he thought that war was going to be, and get sort of this kind of chunk of an area. And then Russia, whether it's Soviet Russia or some other Russia, gets to exist, and yeah, they're going to build up armaments, but we're going to build up armaments, and we're going to be ready for round 2, round 3, round 4, round 5, generations after he's gone. They're going to keep moving east. That was his vision. Let's see what some of the chats have been saying. How do you think they could have made more ICs in the real world? like streamlining and building. Okay, challenge boys. I guess you weren't here for the early part of it. You can go back and look at either the episode when it's published or earlier here. I talk about some of those in not too much detail, but in a bit more. Just the way they could have expanded things. And how to protect them in war. Okay, well, the best way to protect them in war is to not allow your enemy to attack them, meaning win the air war. You can go to the extremes of building factories underground, and that is an extreme. Obviously, you got to win the war, otherwise the enemy's going to put boots on the ground on top of you, but I think you're talking about bomb damage. You can disperse factories. You can put up anti-aircraft guns. You can do various things like that, but those are all tactical. They help. They're useful. They should be done to some degree. But mostly it's just win the air war. Is just do that. And you win the air war not just by putting up a line of radars for both day and night, interceptions and intercepting the Allied bombers, but you go on the air offensive and bomb their air bases. And you got to realize, Germany in 1940 starts out, they sort of ignore the chain home radar, which they really, if they had focused on that, would have made Britain's job much more difficult. I'm not saying they couldn't have won, but it would have been much more difficult. So they still had a whole, partially as a disguise, but also as a backup, as well as an identification. Because sometimes, they would see a big blob of incoming aircraft. They didn't want to know, are they fighters, are they bombers, what altitudes they're at, where they're, details about them. So they had lots of spotters out there that were, using basically the telephone system into the central command. So, yeah, they could have done it without the radar, but not as efficiently. But, so the Germans do miss the opportunity of taking out the radar. But they start out the war with going after Britain's air power, because they know the air power is what is going to literally sink the invasion vessels, or a major element of that coming across. So they start to try to knock out British air power by bombing airfields, because it's not just putting holes in runways, but it's bombing the needed support elements for the aircraft, as well as trying to bomb the aircraft on the ground. That they're coming to try to do that. Well, once they switch over from that to the blitz of trying to bomb industry, and they stop bombing the airfields, gives the British the chance to rebuild their air capabilities that they were radically losing. Now they're getting hit at critical factories, but factories that they're able to survive well enough. They're really, to my knowledge, I mean, there are occasional air raids against air bases, but it really isn't until almost the end that Germany comes back and tries to do an anti-air base strategy. Part of setting up for the Ardennes offensive, the early sort of pre-stages to it, they do a bombing of air bases, some in France or on the continent, some over in Britain, but those are more meant just as spoiling temporary disruption attacks to give Germany the breathing space to do their offensive without being too hit by air power. But they really don't do a concerted anti-air campaign. Like they definitely do one against the early days in the Soviet Union, and they keep working at it there, but they just sort of give up. At least that's my analysis, and maybe there's somebody who knows the air war better than I do. Because the air war is something I've read about, something I've seen documentaries on, but it's not something I've focused a lot on. So I'm sure I'm getting some details wrong, maybe, hopefully not big ones, but they really don't seem to continue an offensive operation against the bombing campaigns. They seem to be purely a reactive, try to shoot them down over target, coming in, not trying to destroy the air bases that, lined up with aircraft on them. Because most days, meaning more than half the time, those bombers are on an airfield, okay? They're not bombing every day. They're bombing a lot, but they're not bombing every day. So if you fly over them, you may not know what day they're taking off and not, but if you have a 50-50 chance or better of flying over that airbase and finding the bombers on the ground and dropping bombs on them. Now, they're not doing that in a very effective way. So if it's purely a reactive, a defensive posture, even if you do it better than what Germany did it, you're still going to be losing a lot to your air. But if you go on offense and keep them, they'll still bomb some stuff because they still will be able to, whatever that amount is. But you should be doing a lot more damage to them and wrecking a lot more. So, yeah. And what does Luigi say here? 1942, his recorded conversation with Mannerheim is, he said he would have invaded the Soviet Union in 40 if it wasn't for the Allied declaration of war. Maybe he lied. Yeah, I don't trust any of that. I'm not saying that the conversation isn't true, but I don't trust Hitler on that. Hitler has a history of telling the audience what they want to hear. He in his election campaigning, he would go tell one group of audience on the same day, "Oh, I'm here for the Christian Germans, blah, 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 blah." Then go to another thing. We want to limit the influence of Christians in Germany. I mean, he would literally contradict himself on the same day to different audiences because they did not have, good press coverage of all of these meetings. And then you could, of course, claim that some of those were just lies because didn't Hitler tell you the opposite? Blah, blah, blah. Hitler lies and tells the audience what they want to hear. So you need to look at other records. Hello. Das Kind Yugi Fan? Sorry, I'm butchering that. How you doing? Oh, sorry for butchering that. So yeah, I don't see. No, I don't see him going to war with the Soviet Union in 1940. I think that's mostly because of the Winter War and trying to placate Mannerheim. I'm not just. I think you are giving me a correct historical fact that Hitler said that, Luigi. And I know of the tape conversations. This is the only least known modern recording of him in his sort of normal conversational voice. I don't remember the conversations. I'm not disputing that at all. But Hitler spends so much time in 1939 making sure the Soviets do not enter the war over Poland. I do not think he thought it was time and ready to go to war with the Soviet Union. 4 months later? 5 months later? He's a politician? Yeah. All politicians lie. This is one thing. Yeah. Well, Trump lies. Well, yeah, he's being a politician. He lies. Yeah. Now there's big lies and there's little lies. There's like saying, "Hey, I'm for American workers." Yeah, let's import everything from China. Be sort of maybe the Democrats and their supposed support for union workers, and then trying to import everything from China. Where Trump is like, "Yeah, I'm for American workers. Let's not buy stuff from China." So yeah, Trump lied. I'm not trying to get into modern politics too much here, but Trump lied, yes. But the Democrats lied just as much. Maybe about different things. Trump is about hand size and crowd size and how much everybody loves him. He's lying about. But I think Trump was like, "Hey, I want out of these wars." Democrats are like, "Hey, I want out of these wars. We're moving in more troops." So, the latest thing here is, oh yeah, Biden's announced that by September 10th, we'll be out of Afghanistan. Isn't that good? Trump's getting us out of Afghanistan. Biden's getting us out of Afghanistan. Isn't that great? Biden's getting us out of Afghanistan. Isn't that great? No, that's a lie. Biden is keeping us in Afghanistan because Trump set up with the Taliban to be out in May of this year. Okay. Trump was going to be out 6 months or whatever earlier. Biden is at least keeping them in 6 months or so longer. So Biden is keeping us at war in Afghanistan longer than Trump was going to do it. Trump was already going to get us out of Afghanistan in May. That's what he agreed to. He signed a peace treaty with the Taliban to be out in May. But no, Biden's keeping us at war longer. So Biden is lying. You know, Trump just said what he thought. And that often turned out to be wrong or incorrect. And so you want to count it as a lie? Well, okay. But these other people are doing that stuff. So, but yeah, Trump's lies. It is sad it still works because it's not shown much still. Absolutely challenged, boys. And so, yeah, Trump was an exaggerator. I mean, that's because he's sort of a salesman. This is the best ever. Whatever it is, this bed, this wallpaper, or this plan for building infrastructure. This is the best ever. No president has ever done as good as this. He's a salesman. Or this is the worst ever. That's the way Trump spoke, and that's sort of, I got used to it and sort of then not cared anymore. Where a lot of the people who don't like Trump cared about that something is the best ever or the worst ever. And you turn on a dime on somebody. You know, he's the worst person in the world. Oh, he's the best person in the world. He loves North Korean diplomat. No, he's trying to get peace in North Korea. He's trying to have a peaceful thing. So he'll say whatever bullshit, either publicly or privately, to Kim Jong-un to try to get peace. Okay? He didn't like Kim Jong-un. He wasn't liking dictators. He was just trying to get deals with these people. Whether the deals are going to be good deals and I agree with them or not, that's another question. But that's what he was trying to do. So yeah, as you can tell, I don't like everything Trump did. I'm not saying you go, but Trump did this bad. Okay, yeah, Trump has his major flaws, but politicians lie. Okay, and Hitler lied. Hitler lied a lot. Hitler contradicted himself. So I've read books on Hitler. I've taken a university course on Hitler. I am still trying to figure out what, and Hitler changes his mind over time. I'm not saying like from day to day. I'm saying, what he may have thought in 1934 versus what he thinks about something in 1944. His mind does change. People are like that. So he may have really meant something in 1934 and mean something the opposite in 1944, but and not talking about lies, but just changing his mind over ideas and things. He does evolve, Hitler, looking at Hitler, so you sort of have to look at when you're looking at Hitler, but you try to figure out what is real and what is sort of he's telling the lies, and you sort of have to work that out, and that's just not clear. And so you often find people use Hitler to smear others. Well, Hitler liked, no, he may have not. He just said stuff. Selling Soviets heavy machineries that may help them defeat us in the future. Yes, the Art of the Deal, 1939. Absolutely, Sten Killa. Like I was saying before, they do. Sell a lot. They sell the one of the, I forget which one, but one of the motorcycles with sidecar. I don't know if it's the Z-Puds or the BMW or whatever. One of the models, they set up a factory to build motorcycles with sidecars for the Soviets and make them throughout the war. They sell both the machinery and the plans and all the stuff, and set up a factory for making anti-tank guns, the same model that the Germans have in 37 millimeter. The Soviets just increase it to 45 millimeter, but otherwise functionally basically the same. I don't know that the parts are quite swappable, but you can look at the design of the Soviet 45 millimeter anti-tank gun. It's the same as the PAK-36. They're selling that technology to the Soviets. So yeah, and this whole episode is Luigi's fault, if no one knows from his question on historical ICs and building up. So I try to look at a grand strategical war game like this as, how can I do something that is still realistic within history, within the historical basis? Nazis are still Nazis. Communists are still communists. democracies don't want to go to war, but will once they're pushed far enough. Those kind of principles. What can you do to do things better, to either be victorious or just be better at it? Britain better handles things, or can you defend France or whatnot? And how can you do that within the realities? That is where I find my greatest fascination with war games. Now, I also like tactical war games, metal tanks on a, board, on a 3D real world map, or computer games that do similar sorts of stuff, or literally driving them like in War Thunder. Those are fun too. I enjoy those as well. But if I was going to play, I don't know, a war game of, a bridge too far coming into across these rivers, if I was going to play, I would be more, I guess, well, on both sides, because the Germans do it is a bridge too far, but, could the Germans have held them at the second bridge instead of the third? Or could you have, done some little differences? Obviously, you have the radio communications for the paratroopers that land. That's an easy fix. If you can fix that and this go, have the radios work right. Okay, good. I mean, that's sort of a simplistic thing, but other tactical things you could look at, is how to do something different instead of just following the same plan, and see if your die rolls are any different than what the historical die rolls. I'd rather have a little bit of freedom of trying different options than being, stuck to the historical script. But yeah, still looking at a basic idea of crossing these rivers and, getting in here. The whole idea is you have the Rhine here. The Americans are sort of pushing this way, and they're really worried about the Rhine. I mean, they were also earlier really worried about the West Wall, which turned out to not be much of a thing for the Americans to get through. Really worried about crossing the Rhine. Is that going to be a major thing? It stalls it out for months and months. Give Germany breathing room until 46 or something. I don't know. They're really hoping that if they get across here, that and this river is something, but nothing like the Rhine, I gather. And then being able to push, swing north around into Germany this way, if that had done fast, efficient, and move and get that going before the Germans could react. What's the plan for tomorrow? Well, right now, hopefully, War Thunder, maybe if there's enough people that want to play enlisted, I would happily play enlisted. Don't know how many people want to play enlisted, but that's a possibility. I've yet to set up my test playthroughs of multiplayer of Hearts of Iron 3 that okay, sure, Eric. We'll see. It depends on who's there and what people want to do. I'm flexible going both ways. Well, I think we're going to end this episode, Luigi special of that. Well, Hitler wasn't consistent intellectually. You can see it in his writings. You can see it all around. I mean, he had some basis of, struggle. People need struggle to be strong, nations, whatever. And once that going on, he wants conflict and struggle. That's one thing he's consistent on, but there's a lot of other stuff he floats around on. Well, thanks everyone for getting this far. Really do appreciate it. I hope everyone... No, you didn't ruin the episode. You changed it. I hope it's fun to watch. I'm going to have to tag this one as a bit different because there's no gameplay, but we did talk about things. So do appreciate all of that. See everyone next time for more, yes, even more Hearts of Iron. Okay, guys, I think we're going to end this live stream here now as well. Just my voice is getting a bit rough. I don't know if it sounds that way to you, but it is feeling that way to me. And we have the same. I'm just going to make another save here just to be sure. We'll be playing War Thunder tomorrow. All of you are free to join us. You either to watch or actually we'll swap people out to make sure that everybody can join us, and or, as you just said, enlisted. We may try that. That's also another free-to-play game from Gaijin, people who make War Thunder. So if you want to get it, you can download it. And, it's a World War II first-person shooter that's in open beta now, so you can get it free. and join us that way. And I think the next time I'm streaming, scheduled wise, will be Friday for Slitherine, sometime well before Friday, and as soon as Xurgen's internet is back up, that kept us from streaming yesterday, I hope to do some more War in the East too, with him, continue that series. So I don't have a schedule for that. As to when that might happen, just partially it's dependent upon him getting his internet working, and then just schedules. So it may be some odd time. So yeah. Okay, thanks everyone. I really do appreciate you guys hanging out with me. And if Luigi or others want to help with developing a TRE, yeah, follow the links over to the Discord forum and some Discord server, and sometime we will be working on that more. See you later, everyone.